Som. Um, dois. Alô. Teste. Som. Alô. Um, dois, três, som. Alô? Som, um, dois, três. Som, um, dois, três. Alô? Um, dois, três, som. Só que tá baixo, né? Um, dois, três, som. Alô?
Agora tu basta automático aí.
Não é automático. Porque se ativa automático, ele vai para as duas coisas. Faz automático para os dois lados. Não.
Faz naquela coisa que você quer. Faz na tua entrada, não faz no geral.
Não.
Aí faz no master.
No master. Ele puxa para as duas coisas.
E se for puxar no master, puxa para as duas.
Puxa só para um dos sítios.
Agora você tem que fazer automático no teu.
Ok, na minha entrada.
Na tua entrada.
Ok. Então, já deixa fazer na minha entrada. Mas aqui na entrada, acho que não tem automático na entrada. Ok. Um, dois. Som. Um, dois. Automático. Ok. Só que esse modelo parece não é forte. Mas eu pode usar no manual, né? Yeah. Alô? Um, dois. Não, acho que é melhor puxar até no meio. Um, dois. Automático. Não. Aí no automático ele estava bom. Se quiser não dá já. Eu vou deixar automático. Então vou usar automático. Tá bem.
Será esse mesmo? Tem outro. Não tem outro, né? Só tenho esse.
Não, nós perguntamos.
Yeah, it was people being simple connected us on Friday.
Ricardo, não, eu te ligar com você. Deixa lá, nós só começamos, tá bem?
Via WhatsApp.
Mas eu...
Yeah, to help me to set up the cable so that we can connect to the other network connections. So I'm here. Yeah. Yes, I am.
Podes perguntar ela se já viu?
Já ele disse que já partilha.
Ok.
Os links no Teams.
Tá aqui, partilhei. Ou eu partilhei mal.
But
Onde tá
I'm
aqui o chat?
here with
Chat.
Chat.
Aqui.
our YD channels.
Não sei.
Partilhei. Podemos? Sim.
You can do it.
Não é como muita.
I'm alright.
Não é como limpar com.
And the desk is ID is 1762 27
Podes colocar aqui
68.
para gravar.
Não sei. Olha
Eu consigo fazer isso.
What's happening is they are only able to connect to the local network from the office, and when they want to go to the field, cannot connect to any other network, any other hotspot. So I don't know whether there's a firewall which is. I was trying to check here. There's a firewall rule which says they can only connect to the local network.
Good morning, how are you? I'm also fine.
Let's hold on for a minute, please.
Now, esse não está a chover. Eu estou a ouvir. Não pode parar.
Então, vai ter guisa.
Já? Posso falar? We're now meeting now, and other colleagues on the other side that they cannot be in this room. So I want you all of you to switch your phones off so that they cannot interrupt us during the conversation, and the colleagues on the other side can be able to hear what we're saying. You can switch the phones or you can put them on the silence so that they cannot distract us during the conversation. Please, you can switch that during the time that we're going to be here together. Alright, so the conversation is going to be confidential, so it means that your information is not going to be shared with anyone. So we're in this discussion, so I'm going to hear from you your opinions that you have. So the questions have to do with your day-to-day life. There are no wrong or right answers. All I want is your answers. Man, we don't have to laugh at anyone else even when say something, so we just have to pay attention and share whatever we have to say. So I want all of you to introduce yourself. You say your name, your age. I just want you to speak a little loud so that I can understand, because there are other colleagues on the other side, so if you speak low, they're not going to be able to hear. I want all of you to introduce yourself, your name, your age, what you do, if you work, if you're a student. Can I start? Yes. My name is Samiro. Yes, I'm 22 years of age. Good morning one more time. My name is Bernardo Matus. I'm 24 years of age. So I do odd jobs. I don't have work. So I sell phones. Good morning. My name is George Wilson. Good morning. I'm 22 years of age. I'm a commercial. Good morning. My name is Lucas. I'm 22 years of age. I'm a painter. Thank you. Thank you very much. So can you tell me how it's your day-to-day life instead of working, going to school? So how has your day-to-day life been going? So sometimes I'm able to go to work when I'm not going to school. So I'm able to get some money to pay for school expenses. So I'm a reseller. Well, to be honest, I work every day. When I'm at home, sometimes I do some odd jobs. Thank you. Anyone else would like to share? So if you want to say something, you don't have to wait someone else to say something. Let's just do it randomly. So when I'm not at work, I'm at school. So do you like to play football? Yes, I like to play football. Mainly when I'm not working. When I'm not working, I'm in the room. So if there is something that it can let me do, if there's something I can do it for a long time, I go outside sometime with friends and do that thing. So when I go outside, I end up drinking beer. So we know all of you that we were in riots. I would like to know how your life was during the riot. Let's think back then, before the riots. How was your life before these riots? Mas o som também hoje não tem qualidade. Parece estar a falar muito longe, sei lá. Deixa eu ligar. Já é esse barulho? Ainda tem barulho. So we're not working because they destroyed some stores. They destroyed some stores in the city, so we cannot be able to work. So now some of them are still closed. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, mas a qualidade é só escutar como ela está. Não ouvir. Não. So, essa máquina
And now,
tem como aproximar pouco eles quando estiverem a falar. Se calhar, se tiver essa possibilidade.
right now things are tending to return to the normal situation. So you would say that you lost job because of the riots? So who is speaking there? I want you to hold the mic so that we can understand. Yes, Mari? Now that I'm not going to school, I wake up in the morning, I do some works, sometimes I explain people in the community. Okay, so what else did change in your life? So how was your life before the riots? Can you hold the mic, please? Before the riots,
Eu acho que o problema está com os micros. Desde quando pegou o micro começou a fazer muito barulho, aquele barulho. Mas agora já está.
so I'm able to do some business when I'm at home sometimes. So I had a store where I was able to sell some shoes, but because of the riots, it was destroyed and it still hurts for me now. So far I wasn't able to recover, so I'm still trying to recover. So during the riot, how was your life? So I work with hair. So I would say, thank God, the place where I work, it's a little bit close to my house.
Yeah, man. Nunca sei fácil para mim. Escuta, fala pouco, depois começa. Depois fala. Eu vejo que assim.
And I would say that the prices have increased a little bit. So we were obliged to increase the prices as well. And in your day-to-day life, what do you do? What you do on your daily basis? Is there anything that changed because of riots? How is your life now? So it's difficult now to get something to sell and someone to buy it as well. So now it's a little bit better. So now people buy it. So we're able to do some business. we don't have a lot of adherents, so people are not looking for it anymore. I would say that people in that time of riots, they were not adhering to any product. So the fact that they destroyed the supermarket, I was disappointed, and it's a little close to my house, and it was easy for me because of the prices. Do you want to say something? What I would say is that before the riots, was life a little bit worse or difficult? And I think it's going to still improve or get better. For me, no. For me, it's not normal because after the riots, so I would say the lifestyle has changed. So they started a new street, so they worked on that street, and after a while they stopped it. So they didn't give the reason why they stopped building the street. I think things for me are getting better. Do you think things shouldn't change to? So what do you think? Do you think are there things that shouldn't change to the normal way? So what, for example? What could you say is an example? So what happened with the fuel? For me, it increased the price. It increased the price because of riots. Man, did that actually back to normal? I don't understand what happened. I want to know, is that an impact because of riots, or would you say it's something that's coming back to the normal way? I don't understand. What are you trying to say? Is there anything you would consider that is now that you think shouldn't be normal because after the riots? Is there something that you say it's an impact after the riots? For me, the lifestyle it's a little bit difficult now. For me, previously I was able to work, but this year I am not able to pay my school because I'm not working like before. So did that affect your school? Yes. I'm not, actually I don't have conditions. And how about others? Yes, Moises. I'm thinking about your daily basis. There are a lot of things. For example,
Tem muito eco.
yeah, they want to echo. But now it's different. I was able to go to work every day, but now it's different. I'm not able to sell because of adherence of people. So I would say that that's because of the riots. I think for me, the riots didn't have a direct impact for me. It affected my clients because if there is no adherence in this outlet, we as the people who are selling that, we end up not gaining anything. So it didn't affect me directly, but during that time, I would say that the demand itself had reduced, even though there are clients who are loyal to us, but few of them, they used to come, but a lot of them were not able to come because of the riot. But it affected quite a lot in the clients, because they say that they were not able to get money because some of their places where they work were, and so they didn't have money to buy anything. So now we would like to know a little bit more about what matters to you as a Mozambican. So how would you like to be seen as Mozambican? So what are the words would you like people to describe you as Mozambican? Yes, Amir. Yes, it's well known that music in other country. I will give an example. Someone who inspires me, it's Ladies. He's someone who is known in South Africa. At least here in Mozambique, we have someone that is from Mozambique that is recognized overseas. So me as Mozambican, I would like to worldwide be known have a good image like ladies, to take something from Mozambique and show the world that we have something interesting in Mozambique. For example, I need quite a lot to make a video with Chris Brown, so if I go there, I will be representing Mozambique. So I will be considered as one of the best in Mozambique. Yes, and how about others? What are the words you would like people to be describing you as Mozambicans? I would like others to look at me as someone who is fighting. I'm a hustler. So I think that's one of the things I would like people, when they look at me, be describing me. So I want people to look at me as someone who is a hustler, who's actually going after something that he needs. As a musician, what else? How would you like people to be describing you as Mozambican? For example, someone arrives here and wants you to describe as a Mozambican. How would you like to be described as a Mozambican? What are the words that you would like people to be describing you using them? I would say our way of life. So how is our lifestyle? So we behave well when we are people. How do we behave? So we show them respect, and we respect our culture. We give values to ourselves. So when we respect our culture, what's our culture? Our culture is music, dance. Anyone else knows our culture instead of music, dance? Is there anyone else who would like to share about our culture? Capilana. Is there anything else that you think it's our culture that identifies us as Mozambican? Traditional medicine. Capilana, you already mentioned that. Is there anything else? What was you saying? What? Because I saw you were about to say something. So I was talking about the food. So how are the foods, Mozambican food? We have our specific plates. So what are the typical plates of Guinea, Matapa? And what are the values that you defend as Mozambican? The values that I defend as Mozambican, the values. So I'm out there trying to get something to survive. So I would like to be seen as a hustler. So you survive. So I would like to be seen as a hustler. So you humble. Anything else? For me, honestly talking, Mozambican, we understand each other more than our neighbors, South Africa. They are different from us. We know how to share things. We know how to laugh as family. So those small gestures there. So in other countries, you cannot see them. So those are the values that I would say that we have. Instead of that, I would say that as Mozambicans, we people who receive other peoples that come in Mozambique, people from other countries. So people from outside, they feel well here in Mozambique, yes. Yes, of course. I would say that many people that come from overseas, we respect them, and they even appreciate that, because they even end up saying that we are respecting them. So what inspired you? For example, for me, what inspires me is my mom, because every day I look at her as an inspiration. I don't know the definition, it's quite difficult for me to explain. So for example, you would say that my mother inspires me because, for example, there's a reason that you can try to say. So what is the reason that you would try to say that your mother inspires? I would say that it's my inspiration because she was my mother, she was my father. I grew up and she prepared me psychologically and physically. As a woman, I appreciate that quite a lot. And how about others? What are your motivations? What inspires you? So I inspire myself and everyone that is a hustler. My friend here inspires me. So we talk, we change the words. When I talk to someone, it inspires me because of the way how he's going to speak. I like quite a lot to see someone who's going through problems and go talk to that person to know how did you overcome that problem. And when he tells me that, I feel inspired. So I use those words as an inspiration. So I would say, yeah, congratulations. You are now here today. You were going through that problem, but now you are here. You overcame it. So there are a lot of people who share their ideas with me. So I would say that even my life, for example, I go through a lot of problems, I go through this and that, but after I hear a lot of people sharing the same kind of problem that I'm having now, there's a solution for my problem. So I would say that everyone that is able to overcome something and they keep on, for me it's a way for them to inspire me. And one of the persons that I respect is my father, because I would say thank God because he raised me. I was able to overcome many things. I'm where I am now because of my father. I wouldn't say that I'm very good, but keep on going. So what inspires you? Lucas, Jose, Duarte, you're very quiet. You're letting other people speaking, but you're not saying anything. So let's just be free. So I would say that inspiring my parents as well, because they always teach me to be a good person and they always took care of me. So I inspire them. Sam, would you like to say something? Yes. I'm someone who didn't grow up with a love. So I'm a person who didn't grow up with a lot of people. I just grew up with my brother. I already had father and mother, but I didn't feel love. So my brother is someone who took care of 7 people. So I don't judge people when I see other things that I don't do. Is to appreciate other people's life, like wanting to be like him. Then my brother is one of the persons that I appreciate because the few things he was able to get, he would be able to share with me. Even not getting something, he was able to hustle, trying to get something to bring at home. So even school used to pay for me until now. Sometimes when he gets money, he pays my school. So what inspires me is the way of life, the way how is it. He's very humble to everyone. So he's someone who is working every day, he's a hustler and is fighting for his dream. And regardless of everything that he's going through, a lot of barriers, but he's there trying to fight. So source of inspiration I would say is him and myself. And thinking in the recent riots that we have, political, to what extent did that affect the way how you inspire yourself to, for example, you mentioned about your brother, your father. Is there anything that changed after this riot, political? So So I would say, for me, nothing changed. So I think that is more to strengthen us. So why we saw a lot of people who are actually living a very good life, because that time a lot of people there at that time, they were suffering, and it was very dangerous to go outside. So many people, they were taught some rules at home to stay. So that strengthened us to learn a little bit more about the values of listening to other people when they're saying something. So for me, I would say that came to strengthen my confidence. So it came to give me more inspiration as Mozambican. So we should be unique. So together we can be able to move forward. So it opened my eyes, so I'm a little bit more clever than before. It gave me a lot of motivation. And instead of your family members, then famous people, I mentioned ladies. Instead of your family members, is there anyone else that inspires you? Like a famous, yes. I inspires a lot. Who inspires me is Mr. Bao. So why Mr. Bao? Because he is a man who was suffering, and he was able to get what he has now in a progressive way. So it's not something that he was born and he got, so it's something that he was going after and still fighting for that. So you would say that he was going after his dreams, yes. So he was able to go after what he was dreaming to get. So he didn't have anything at the moment, but he had a dream of moving forward, going so far. So for me, who inspires me is Zico. So for me, he inspires me because he's someone different. He always liked it to be good. So where things are good, he always liked to be there. For him to try to do his best there. So the idea is that of trying to be good and do everything to be good. So he inspires me quite a lot. So those are the people that inspire you instead of your friends. Is there anything that changed because of riots? The inspiration that you have with famous people, have inspiration with the Mr. Bao ladies. Is there anything that changed? I always inspire in the musician that I saw them growing up. One that inspires me is Melissa the most. So Melissa Hassler, she fights quite a lot. So she was able to reach where she is now because she was fighting. The way you were actually motivated or inspired with those famous like Zico, ladies, Mr. Bao, Melissa was guiding people, because I would say that our sources of inspiration are so different. So a lot of artists who are a source of inspiration, they were not doing what we were asking. They were doing what they saw was good for them. So we saw that it's an example of a lot of artists. Someone that was inspired me, but is no longer inspired me because of the behavior that they had during the riot. So that ended up changing anything. So you would say that has to do with political, to be inspired by those people. Did that change because of the riot? Is there impact? Did you keep on being inspired the same way by those people? Just like he said, our Mozambican artists, and so artists as well, they should help. So they end up recording their musics after the riot. So I think at some point they should help us during the riot. So they should help us, because right is specific to fight with us. I think things wouldn't have gotten worse, because I think we would have someone who inspires you and you see that person trying to fight with you, and that would have been good, and maybe people wouldn't have acted the way they acted during that time. So you would see that I would say at some point that ended up making us not trusting anymore to those people, because of not contributing with us. Maybe I don't judge them quite a lot, because maybe they didn't do that because they were saving their own bread, because if they had recorded against the government, maybe they would be forbidden to move forward with their job. So I understand that. Even then it hurts for us as people. So for me, I felt that they were missing. So Lucas, you haven't said anything. I would like to hear you speaking. So for me, I would say that their job depends on us, so they should contribute with us. So if they don't contribute with people, they're not going to get anything. So I want all of us here to analyze these values. So we talked a little bit more. Being humble, you say that you're people who respect. So I want all of us to analyze these values. We have honesty, friendship, acceptance, local pride, tradition, authenticity, community, equality, fun. So the exercise is going to be like this. We're going to do it. You 6. I want all of you to do an exercise together, and you're going to group this in 3 groups. So the first group is going to be what are the values that you defend as most important. The second one is exercise. So I will be writing here. You will tell me what are the most important. Let's just be a little fast so that we can gain the time, because we have too many things to do. Authenticity, friendship, community, do we have to separate 3 most important? So the first group is most important, the second one is somewhat important, and the third is not so important. Okay, so let's separate in 3 groups. So the first group is equality in most important. So after you separate them, you're going to tell me to write them here. Have we separated the 3 groups? So we can put in somewhat important, the friendship. So most important are the values. They can be more than 1, more than 2, more than 3, something that you consider most important. And in the other, So the values that you consider somewhat important, you're going to group them. And the values that you consider not so important, you can put them in not so important group. Just so you can do it that way. So are you done? So what are the most important values for you? Community, sorry, equality, so you removed the community, authenticity, so local pride, so only these three, there's no one else. And somewhat important, you can see that community, friendship, acceptance, and fun, and enjoy the life more, enjoying the life. And less important is it's fine. Not so important, it's fun. So the most important values would say equality, authenticity, and local pride. And is there any other value that you see is not there, but you consider it as the most important value as Mozambican? Love. Is there anything else? Dignity, honesty, and something somewhat important. Do you see something that you think it's missing? I would say fun. We can. So not so important. Is there something you would say it's missing here? It's okay the way it is. So I would like to know why are you considering authenticity, pride, love, dignity, and honesty? Why do you consider them the most important values? Why? Why do you consider them the most important values for you? So I would like equality, for people not to look at you as different person. I consider have love to other people who are close to you, because I think people should love those people who are around them. So why are you considering those values as most important for you? I will look more at the love for people who are close to you. It's something which is most important because after all it's something that we all, because we are human beings. So I would say that that's one of the reasons why make me go to church, because I really like to be open to other people and listen to other people. You can be my brother. So I love people that much. So that I would say that would be the reason why I would say love matters quite a lot. And if we don't see difference in other people, so we accept them regardless of how they are. So that's good. We should look at other people and we say there is no difference, and we should have capacity of knowing. How can I say this? We should capacity to have the same knowledge. There can be a little bit of difference, but that shouldn't be something that can make us different. because what he does, I can be able to do. Because I think all of us, we're able to get what we want without any problems. So honestly, those qualities, equality, authenticity, and local pride, they are simple words, but I think they are great words because that's what defines us. They are simple words, but they have value. Because if you have those qualities, you are a good person. So that would be the reason why you consider most important the local pride, authenticity. So love, I would say, is something that can make you inspired to someone who loves you. I would say one of the things I would consider most important is honesty, because when someone is honest to you, you're going to respect. So those are the things that I respect quite a lot in human being, and that's one of the things that can let us grow up and develop more and know how to deal with other people from other countries or even other sides. So when I'm talking about that quality, I would say that even when you're out of the country or overseas, other people can look at you and say that you're a good person. So why did you group community, fun as something not so important? I would say somewhat important. What? Why? For example, community. So why do you say community is not something most important? You'd say somewhat important. I'd say for me it's important, but it's not most important, just like the first values. Because in a community, each one wakes up and has its own things to do. Yes, but we live together in the community, but we have different way of living. So I go out in the morning, he doesn't go out in the morning, so he has his own things to do at home. So I have the way I work, I have the way I get something to bring in the table. So I don't have the habit of being in a community quite a lot because I'm a kind of a person who goes outside in the morning. So I'm just in a community when I'm not working. So I don't live quite a lot in the community with others. Yes. And the other thing I would say is that the first qualities, they're natural. And the second, it's gender. So to come to the gender, we should first look at the natural things that we have, something that we get. So for me, there is no way to be in this second, somewhat important, without being in the most important. So he said everything. And fun, why do you say it's not so important? I don't put fun as something most important because for you to enjoy, you should have some kind of trust. So if you the first thing you have to do is to follow the first values, because even to have a fun, you should have acceptance in the community. So Lucas, what's your opinion? Why is not so important? For me, it's not so important because it's wasting my time. So I will be wasting my time when I'm having fun. Okay? And coming back to the most important, when Samit was speaking, he said it is something natural. Thinking in your day-to-day life, and what occasions these values are most evident or most present in your life, in the most important values. For example, at what moment? Equality, for example. So at what moment would you say you saw it present in your life? Community, authenticity, honesty. Can you let Albert speak? For example, equality. We can be with someone with different race. There are people that look at them as not normal people. So even if it's a disabled person or an older, we should treat them in the same way. So if I'm an Albin, I'm not a different person. So that's where equality matters. So and how about other items? What are the values? Dignity. You should have dignity as well. So because those are the things that happen in our day-to-day life. Authenticity. You should be original. Okay? And would you say are there moments that you find these values absent in the most important values? Yeah, you can speak? I would say yes. I don't know why, but for example, equality. For example, equality is something that comes in the books, but in real life we're not able to implement that. There are some situations that, for example, people in different race, different color, when they get in a certain place, so they are considered as very important people. And so it seems like me, as I'm not, for example, white person, I'm not considered. So that's how we call it racist. So that happens exactly in African country. So being that the first color that identifies as is the black color,
For me, it doesn't make sense to be discriminated while we are all black.
Right, I get very frustrated because, for example, let's suppose someone that is black as well, and I find it bad for someone who's black and treat me the same way, a different way. So what would you mean if you say not having two faces? You should be you. You should be original, not living in appearance. Not. So you should be happy with the few you have. Moses, would you like to say something before I ask? I would like to add, because you asked it. I would like to say that all this, we see them every day. For example, when we're in the bus, there is no equality and there is no acceptance as well. Many things happen in our day-to-day life. Since we get out of the house, there are too many things that happen. So I would like to know what happened so that you can say that there is no equality in the past. What are the things that happen? For example, today, I saw something when I was coming here. I could understand that those people who work with transportation, they like to transport women only. I was in the road. I was in the queue, then I was about to get a bus. And when I was about to get that bus, he said that I couldn't get it. But when he saw a beautiful woman, he said that, "Where are you going? Let's go." So they end up saying that this man is not going to bring me anything. So I saw that there is no equality. So for me, I would say there is no equality. Alright, I understand. And which of these values sets Mozambique apart from other countries? What Which of these values sets Mozambican apart from the people from overseas? And this most important. For me, it's local pride. Why are you saying that? Because I always have that in the heart of being Mozambican. I'm always Mozambican. And because Mozambican gives values to their tradition quite a lot, I would say African and Mozambican people. So I'm talking about the country. So what sets Mozambique apart from other countries? The way we speak is different. We can be African, but we can speak English. Equality. I'm talking about this values: equality, love, dignity. So the values that it group them in the most important. So what sets Mozambique apart from other country? I would say in local pride. So why local pride? Because I'll be talking about me, for example. So there is a video that ladies made with Nesta C and Nico. So I saw ladies there was carrying the Mozambican flag. So I would say that has to do with local pride. So another opinion, are there any other values that set Mozambique apart from the other country? Is there anything else you would like to add? So love. So why do you say that, George? I would say love is something that identifies us as Mozambican, because we always take care of others, we're always there, we consider other people, we always like to help other people. Anything else? Do you agree? Do you agree with the opinion of George? Yes. I would disagree a little bit with local pride. I don't know why, but I don't know if it has to do with generation, but people are not showing that local pride. We don't show our culture as such because we tend to change a little bit. We try to find inspiration because of our artists from overseas, Brazilian artists. So our local pride as Mozambican, we don't have it. So it's not like we used to before. So I would say, me in particular, I would say I have local pride, but the other people, it's not exactly the same way. Especially those people who are able to influence other people. We inspire a lot in American people and Brazilian people, but we are not showing our own local pride, just like we used to. So you would say it changed because of social media. Yes, it changed a little bit because of social media. So we inspire a lot in people from other countries. So even in the way of dressing, the way we are dressing now is different. We are trying to copy things that other people dress, like from other countries dress. So if you disagree and then you talk about that, we're going to remove the authenticity. No. You have to understand that it's not all of us that we have local pride. So authenticity, you can see authenticity in yourself, but myself, I cannot see any authenticity. So you say that ladies is your source of inspiration, but for me, I wouldn't say that ladies is my source of inspiration. I would say I like to be Chris Brown. So I like the way how he lives, I like the way how he acts. So that happens with a lot of people. So we don't have authenticity. We have it, but why are you saying that? Because you say that we dress that way, we want to be Brazilian. So understand me well. Maybe I didn't say it well. So when I'm seeing dressing that way, I would say 45% of Mozambican people and not dressing the way how we actually used to. There are some Mozambican people who actually keep dressing the same way, but a lot of us, especially young people, they tend to be like people from the other countries. And for gone of time, I think that's going to change. We just have to wait. And when you think in these values, are there any values that have created any tensions because of the riot? I would say local pride. So it created intention for me. So why? Because I have already recorded music with a Brazilian. So the day we had the music, I was very proud. And basically because I mentioned Mozambique, I said I'm Mozambican. So that was something that I was very proud, I was very passionate. So I'm actually talking about Mozambique in other countries like Brazil. And for others, is there anyone else that has something to say? Is there any other value that had created tension for you? No? And if we go back 6 weeks, for a time before the riot, how do you think some of these values have changed over time? Do you think there is a value that changed? Is there any change is there any value that you say you would changed back then? Authenticity, local pride? Is there any value that changed? I wouldn't say. I don't think so. And how about that? No. And what are some of the things that have changed most about life in Mozambique? Many things changed. Looking at these values, is there anything that you see has changed in the life of Mozambican people because of riots? No. Not basically because of the riots. Honestly, talking, it's equality. So why? Because even the way how people was, I would say that the reason of riots because of men. So they want to lead the country. So they want to lead our country, so they want to get into our minds. So that, I would say, it's an example of equality. So what changed? So nothing changed. I would say almost nothing. So they just opened our mind. So what changed is that now we're more attentive. And to be honest, this was my first time seeing these kind of things, right? See things in other regions, so I'm able to define my priorities, so I don't know how to explain it. For example, in case of, alright, so how did that change the way how you feel like Mozambican? So nothing changed. I didn't understand the question. So how that changed how you feel about being Mozambican? So the proud of being Mozambican. So for me, I think it changed a little bit, and it changed a little bit because I think the opposite party, they opened our mind. So at some point I felt that I felt a little down. I think after the Venancio party, they opened our mind. It is told us that as Mozambican, you need this, and that, and you have rights of this and that. So at some point they opened our mind. And about equality that you mentioned that has changed. Did that change anything, the way you feel as Mozambican? No. I think for me, there's no way to change the way I feel as Mozambican. I'm proud of being Mozambican, so I would say there are things that I would say that are not good that the government is actually doing. So, and what are the things you're proud of as being Mozambican? So what are the things that makes you a little bit more proud of being Mozambican? So the culture so far, we're still following our culture. So we're still trying to do our best. We believe that one day we're going to change, even though it's going to take a time, but we're going to change it one day. And what are the things that you feel a little bit less proud of being Mozambican? So the system. So which system am I talking about? So there are a lot of opportunities in the country, but they're not open for everyone, especially young people. So you would say that no one has the same opportunity. The pride that we have is because Mozambique itself, it's not making it easy. So that way you would say that there's no equality in our country. There are people who have more opportunities. For example, people who are working in government. So there's no equality. So that's why we end up having these riots. Alright, so now we're going to talk about, I want to understand a little bit more about the brands that you use. Brands we're not using it. We're talking about brand and overall, like clothes, all brands that you know, that you consume, that you buy. And since the start of the riots, have there been changes in terms of what you look for in the brand? Is there anything that changed? I didn't understand the questions. Since the start of the riots, have there been any change in terms of what you look for in a brand that you consume? It can be clothes, it can be anything, any brand that you're looking for that you consume or you buy. So after the riot, is there anything that changed in the way how you choose things, brand or anything else? So what changed? So after the riot, some brands, so other brands, they were a little expensive, so we're not able to buy them. For example, before we were able to buy Dogem, but now, because of the expense, I'm drinking Impala. Yes, Moses, you didn't finish to speak. So it actually made me forget what I was thinking. So you can talk about any brand. So for example, there are clothes. Alright, so after the riots, the price were a little expensive, but I was not able to get them anymore. For example, before you would say that it was this brand I was getting, but now I'm using this brand because of the price. For example, the Nike. Because now we tend to use simple t-shirts because of the prices. And others. Is there any change in the brands that you use instead of beers, instead of clothes? I would talk specifically in the products that I use. Because I would say that before we used more active brands, but now after the riots we're not able to get them because of the price that's a little high. So I would say there are products that back then was around 40, but now they're 60. So I would like them to reduce a little bit price. So because I'm no longer buying that. And instead of Sparrowgate that you were talking here, is there any other brand that you would say you used to consume quite a lot a long time ago, but now you're not consuming? So in soft drinks now I drink a lot energetic drinks because now it's. So why did you actually decide to drink that? Because of the way how they're selling it now. The price is now a little bit affordable. But I wouldn't say that the price in beers, it didn't actually increase quite a lot, but increased. So that's the reason why I'm drinking another beer. So are there any brands that are consuming more or less? Are there any brands that reflect what typically show Mozambican values that you consume now? Is there any specific brand? I don't think so. We cannot consume the same way, but we keep on consuming. Yes, but is there any Mozambican brand that actually reflects the lifestyle as Mozambican? Is there anything that reduced in terms of brands? The Sparrowgate. So what does this brand has that reflects the Mozambican lifestyle? So what does this brand has that reflects the lifestyle of Mozambican? Why are you mentioning about Sparrowgate? So I will specify it. So I will talk about being single. So Sparrowgate makes it easy because it's something which is easy for me to cook. I would say that that is sickness of almost everyone here because it's something that it's easy for us to cook. It's a Mozambican thing. Especially as Mozambicans, we like it quite a lot, especially people who are living alone. So there is a new brand that it's in the market now that people don't like. I think it's Polana, so it's woman. But that Sparrowgate, it's a little bit less expensive. But even then, we don't like. Even. So do you look at this brand as the same way after the riots? I would say it's not the same because it's not. So the price itself, I wouldn't say that. I would say that we're not consuming quite a lot because of the price. They changed the price. They tried to reduce the amount in the package, but the price is expensive. So that's why we would say that we're not consuming it quite a lot. We're not able to buy Bella itself because of the price. And is there anything else? The rice itself is expensive. We used to eat rice, but now we're not able to eat quite often. We used to eat rice with good quality, but now we're eating rice just because we have in the market, but it doesn't have good quality. For example, Sheena, it's not a good rice. And now we're going to talk specifically in beer brands of beer that you drink specifically. I would say that it's Corona and others. I drink Impala. I drink Chillard. Also Chillard and others. So I was drinking Chillard, but the day I tried Heineken, I fall in love with it. For me, Chillard. So why are you drinking those beers, those brands? For me, The brand is the one that fits me well. When I drink the following day, I don't have hangover. So Corona. So you would say Corona doesn't let you with hangover after you drink it? I like it. To be honest, it's not compared with any other brand. Anything else? I would talk about Heineken. I would talk about Leveza. When I drink it, I don't actually lose my mind. There are some beers that when I drink, I lose my mind, and after I drink them, I have headache, I have hangover the next day. And when I drink Heineken, I like it because of the size of the bottle itself. So what are the other beers that you drink when you don't have chill? Impala as well. When I drink, it lets me with hangover. Chillar as well because of. I think that has to do with bottle of vino of each one of us. I think it's because of the bad. You can drink Heineken and not have side effects. So I tried too many beers, and after all that, I decided to drink Impala. I drink Impala because it's smooth. It doesn't have side effects. I don't wake up with headache. I don't have nausea. That's why I would say that it fits me well. It doesn't change my mood. So it gives me a little high, but I don't. So other beers that let you not feel well. So the first one I would say are spirit beers. I used to drink gin quite a lot, but after I drink that, I didn't feel good. So the following day, I would have headache, nausea. For example, Dogem, it's a beer that I appreciate quite a lot. I feel well when I drink Dogem at that moment, but Dogem has a good flavor that I appreciate quite a lot. But I can drink it, the first 4 bottles. But after I drink it, I will have nausea and headache. And the following day, it's going to be something very bad for me. I won't feel good. So I would just say that that's because you're drinking Dogem. Whenever I drink Dogem. So do you know why that happened? I don't know how to say it. I would say that the beer itself doesn't fit me well. I would say that my body doesn't go along with Dogem. So does that happen with anyone else here? Not with Dogem, but with Savannah. I always drink Savannah. But after I drink it, I didn't feel good. And I thought maybe I shouldn't drink, but it wasn't that. It was because of Savannah that was not feeding me well. But now I'm good with Corona. I'm good now. But anyone else would like to say anything? So what used to, I would say Dogem didn't fit you well. Why would you say that? Because I used to have headache the next day after I drank Dogem. So why would you say that Dogem makes you suffer? So how would you say that it makes you feel bad? Hangover? Instead of hangover, what else? When I drink it the following day, I won't do anything because it's going to destroy my body. I used to drink Dogem quite a lot. I like the flavor, but then the following day when I drink it, I won't feel well. I won't be able to do anything. Even if you want to drink it, there are people that drink, they feel good, but for me, when I drink it the following day, I know that I'm going to have hangover. But instead of hangover, so why are you drinking a beer? Why are you drinking any beer instead of the other? So you say that there are side effects. Instead of the side effect, the hangover, the headache, what else that makes you drink a certain beer? I would say that I drink beer quite a lot because it's something that keeps me up when I'm with a friend. It's Impala. So it keeps me up when I'm with a friend. So it's going to distract me. We're going to chill up with friends, and we're going to chat with friends and family members as well. And so I'm always with Impala. So sometimes I drink it with gin. But at the moment, the beer that I've been drinking quite a lot, it's Impala. I happen to drink some other brands, but the main one is Impala. And others. What are the things that make you drink the brands that you're drinking instead of the side effects? I like it. So why do you like in that? So what's the brand that you like? It's Chillad. What do you like in Chillad? I like it because of the joy. So when I'm with my friends in a party, so I drink a lot Chillad. So why? Because I like it. It doesn't give me side effects. So what would you say about side effects? For example, wake up with hangover. So that is very bad. And also because there are certain beers that when you drink, you're not going to spend the night while you're going to sleep without knowing what's going on. So that beer for me, it's smooth. It's smooth, it doesn't give you hangover. So what else? So it doesn't let you sleep. Yes, Samito. So what's to Bandera? It doesn't let you sleep. Yes, Samito. Yes, I'm young. So for me, that beer I'm drinking is as a source of inspiration. For example, when I'm in the studio, the first thing I do is to drink Heineken. So it's going to give me power of singing in the studio. So I'll get with a lot of moral. So that's why I drink Heineken. So why Heineken? It doesn't give me headache. It doesn't give me headache. It doesn't give me any problem. It doesn't give me any hangover. Yes, the cup. We talked before about looking at the brands before the ride. Is there any change in the brands that you're drinking after the ride? So we keep drinking the same brands. And how about the others? You say that you still drink Chillad? Is there anything that changed after the ride? No. So I was always looking at Chillad. So how often will you drink? During the riots, I just used to drink just to be attentive. But comparing to during the riots, I did not stand quiet. Is there any impact because of the riots that how often you're drinking those beers now? Where do you often drink those beers? And what occasions do you drink? For example, at weekends, I've been doing some odd jobs. I'm a barman. I do some odd jobs of some events. So I do some cocktails. I don't do any cocktails without tasting the beer. So most of the weekends that I go to work, I have to drink. So instead of drinking when you are working, in what occasions do you drink those beers? I drink a lot at the parties, at the weekends, And on Sundays when we're at home, so I drink it just for fun. I don't drink because I want to go outside or anything else. I just drink it for fun. So I drink it when I'm with friends instead of friends, family members, anyone else that you drink with. I drink it only with my girlfriend. So instead of drinking with your girlfriend, is there anything else specific? Instead of the beer itself control me, I prefer her to control me. As I would say that I used to drink almost every day, but mainly at weekends, because we've been going outside with friends just to know new places and some clubs. And at the weekends, there is a small shop close to my house, so we go there, we drink it, just to have a good conversation with my friends. We usually drink, so I would say I drink it every day. And Lucas speaks quite less. I drink it but less. So I don't speak it. I don't speak when I'm like this. I drink it when I'm high. I speak when I'm high. So we're not drinking here, but just feel free to speak. So now I'm going to read some ideas here for you. And I want you to analyze. I want you to pay a lot of attention when I'm reading, so that you can, after all that, you tell me if you agree, if you don't agree, after I ask you. Okay? So the first statement is, Moses has unique spirit and rich diversity. However, the lack of self-reliance stops the cultural richness becoming a real source of value. Men ups are lost mostly for young people. Can I repeat it or you're able to understand it? Mozambique has a unique spirit and rich diversity. However, the lack of self-reliance stops the cultural richness becoming a real source of value. Many opportunities are lost mostly for young people. I agree. You can thumb up. You shouldn't thumb up just because your friend is thumbing up. So why are you agreeing with this? Because we don't, because of lack of it. Because area, people who drink alcohol quite a lot are young people. So I would say that's the reason why sometimes there are opportunities, but people are not there to grab those opportunities. So we're not looking for anything, or we're not looking for something that can occupy us. So at the end of the day, we're the ones that we are complaining. So I think I'm going to agree with with my colleague. I think he's right, and it's not alcohol. I think is that there's a lack of opportunity for them to work. Look, there are too many young people around that went to school, but they don't have any opportunity to work. So the only thing that happened is just to get an odd job, and when you're doing an odd job, you're just going to collect some few money, and then when you get that money, you're only going to think of going outside. You get a bottle of beer, then you drink so that you can overcome the stress of not getting the opportunity to work. So because of staying a long time without working, at some point the lack of opportunity to work, so that influences young people quite a lot. So we have the second segment, which says that I feel like we Mozambicans are kind of lost. There's no one thing that we can show out there as our incredible Mozambican identity. I would like to be proud of something, because no matter what, we know how to make the most out of life. Can I read it again? Yes, please. I feel like we Mozambicans, we're kind of lost. There is no one thing that we can show out there as our incredible Mozambican identity. I would like to be proud of something, because no matter what, we know how to make the most out of life. Who agrees with? Who agrees with? Who doesn't agree? So the first thing I would like to know is who agrees, and then we're going to comment. So who agrees and who doesn't agree? And who doesn't agree? No, I agree. So who agrees? Only Elio. And who doesn't agree? So it's only Samito. Who doesn't agree? Who doesn't agree? So 4 people neither agree or disagree. So 1 person. So why do you agree, Elio? For me, that's clear. The statement is clear. Get into beers because they don't have an opportunity. Into beers because they don't have an opportunity. But it's not because they cannot do anything. They can be able to do it, but there is no way. I don't know how to explain it. But there is no legal are the ones that are dying quite a lot, young people. To be honest, young people are losing focus. I think now it's not going to take time for young people to die quite a lot. And I would say that the main thing is that of lack of opportunity. It's very sad. And Edward doesn't agree. Why don't you agree? I don't agree because I think we have a certain identity that identifies us. So that has to do with wanting to do something. So it's not waiting for opportunities, so an opportunity to appear so that I can start doing something. So you should go after something to do, something that identifies you as Mozambican. So I think it has to do with that. And who doesn't either agree or agree? Why? I don't know what was the province. So in Mocimboa da Praia, so there are people, some foreigners that were there. We have a lot of resources there that identifies us as Mozambican, but it's not visible. I think this country would be one of the richest because of other people, young people. They shouldn't stay waiting for opportunity. They should go after something. It's sure that waiting for opportunity. They should go after something. It's sure that I'm Mozambican, but I shouldn't wait for something to come to me. As Mozambican, I should go after something. I should enjoy the life. So I think we have something to show to the world. Just like my colleague was saying, we have a lot of sources, natural resources in Mozambique. So there isn't a country like Nigeria. So there isn't a country like Nigeria that discovered that they had fuel. We didn't have any fish shell. We wouldn't have any tourists here coming to visit our country, Mozambique. So I would say that that's the reason why they are coming, because we have something interesting, something valuable, even though the government is not anything to give value to it, but I believe that we have too many things here that identifies us as Mozambican. And another thing that lets me worry is because here within Mozambique there are a lot of strange ambassadors, but when you go outside, talk to him, I was able to get an idea of how much I can earn regarding my job. So I would say that I agree with him, because when you change ideas, you end up having knowledge. So I have the second statement. Being Mozambican is to live every day with what we have, enjoying and celebrating any moment of life together. And I'm going to repeat, being Mozambican is to live every day with what we have, enjoying and celebrating any moment of life together. Who agree? Can you raise your hand so that I can see? So 5 people agree. Who doesn't agree? So 1 person doesn't agree. So why? So Mozambique can leave us by pandar. So what's to pandar? So pandar is to go after what you want. You're looking for opportunity. What else? What are the other opinions? So what are the reasons why all of you 4 agree with this statement? Yes, we know that we have been able to enjoy with the less that we have, because if we're a little ambitious to get what we don't have it, we may end up being frustrated because we're not going to be able to get what we want. And also because of our independence, we're still feel unique, and if we keep on being unique, we're going to develop our country quite a lot. So why being unique, we're going to develop our country quite a lot. So why don't you agree? Why don't you agree, George? You know the reason why I don't drink every day? If I depend, but us as human beings, specifically as being men, I'm someone after something that I wish. So I'm not going to be happy with what I have. I have to look for something else. So that's why I wouldn't say I'm not enjoying life quite a lot, because I have ambitions of trying to get more. I have something, but I need more. That's the reason why I don't agree. We have this statement. I'm going to repeat it. There is one thing every Mozambican truly believes and recognizes as a good, our own playful way, our mood, the way of knowing to be us. So I agree. So all of you agree. So why do you agree with that statement? Mozambican know how to live. You can find someone in the street. You can find this guy, for example, on the street who has a lot of things in mind, a lot of problems, but he's going to be there socializing himself. Is there anyone else who would like to add? Why you agree? Because I had an opportunity of being with us foreigner people, and they always mention that Mozambican people are good. We are very good. Look, that even when we're in sad situations, or we're going through tribulation, or being in a relationship where it's not going well, but you're going to be able to handle with that, and you're going. I was in a situation 2 years ago, but after 2 years, I was sitting with a friend and talking about something that happened with me. But because of sharing with friends, I ended up seeing that, the other if. So we are very good because of that. I feel choosing important brands, because Mozambican keep believing that local products don't have quality. Can I repeat it? That local products don't have quality. So who agrees with that? Because of most of the times what we wear here, it's something made here, but they lie to us. They say that they're actually buying overseas while it's not there. There are a few shoes that they're actually buying in South Africa, so those are the ones I would consider the original, but it's rare to find original shoes in Mozambique. So what's the reason? Someone else would like to say anything? So things, an iconic Mozambican bread, produced by Mozambicans, and we can be proud of. Can I read it again? No, we understood it. No. Who agreed? So 5 people agree. I agree because Dojam, it's a brand that identifies us. I would say that that's the reason why many people are drinking that, because it's something that it identifies as Mozambican. So it's an international beer. I would even say that people from overseas, they even buy it as well. So it's consumed here and it's consumed overseas. So I would say that Dojam is the most consumed beer in Mozambique. So even if someone else wants to produce beer in Mozambique, so the label itself is going to be Dojam. For example, Impala. But I would say that even if you drink Impala, but Dojam is not going to lose its value because it's original, consumed, and Dojam will be there to be consumed by people because it's our original beer. And you also say that you don't agree. Those who say they neither agree or disagree. Why do you say that? So the first thing I would say that is that I agree because it's one of the brand that identifies as Mozambican. So everyone is there drinking that. So everyone that started drinking beer, the first one was Dojam. So I don't agree because of I would say that I don't agree because Dojam now it's no longer consumed quite a lot, and I would say that the reason why they are producing it now, things that actually people experience now when they drink it. It's a long time ago they just used to say that after I drink it I have headache or hangover, but now a lot of people they complain. So it's no longer the same, the original Dojam they used to be. I drink Impala, but I would choose if that was not because of the pain that I have after. If that was not because of the pain that I have after I drink it, and the mood itself that I drink Dojam. So I would say that they're changing something there. So I don't know what they're changing, but there's something being changed. So because I would say that Dojam is one of the brand of beer which is consumed quite a lot. And in the statement, our own playful way, how would you like to, I would like you to describe our own playful way as Mozambicans. To say that we are joyful, we like to play, best in the world. Something good? Because it's consumed quite a lot in his age. Well, I would say that I don't see the reason why people like it, because even when someone asks me to go and drink it, I say I can't see myself drinking that because of what actually it does for me after I drink it. I don't know if it's because I'm weak but I don't think Dojam fits my body. For me, I would say that I like Dojam, even though when I drink it, after I drink it, gives me some side effect, but even then I appreciate it. And now let's imagine Dojam as a person, and it's getting through that door. He or she is a person. So I would like you to imagine. I want you to tell me what would be the age of that person, so what's the profession of that person, what's the persona, what's the style of that person, what's the values of that person, what's the position in the community, what are the strengths and weaknesses of that person, what's the relationship you have with that person. So the person is getting through that door. And there's a person, I don't know if it's she or him, so now it's a person. The first thing I would do is to hold his hand. So I define Dojam as a princess. So it's someone that you're going to describe. So with that, would you say that person is going to be a woman or man? A woman, of course. how old is this woman? How old is she? She's 10 years of age. She's around 23 years of age. Now, for me, I would say she used to have 21 and now she's in 5th. For me, she has 50 and something. Do you all agree with that age? For me, she would have 35 or 40. Around 30. 35 is fine. You say 35, 30. So 35. 35 years of age. So what's the position of this woman? Kill people. So what's the position of this person? The profession is to let people not feel good. For me, I would say it's to enjoy people. You were saying that I want you to think on the persona of this woman. What's the persona of this person? So for me, it would be a gold digger. So you're going to stay with her, you're going to enjoy with her during the night, but at the end of the day, she's going to betray you. So for me, it would be guitar. I would consume it quite a lot, and I don't be high. I consume it, even though when I'm in different environment, it can influence me a little bit. I can speak it a lot, but it's not exactly that. So let's try to find a good persona for this person. For me, I would say it's attractive. It's an attractive woman. More. It's a bad influence. What else? Let's be a little fast. For me, I would say she's a betrayer. And is there any persona you would like to give? So what's the style of this woman? Style? Yeah. So lifestyle of this woman, I think it's someone with a good shape. Do you remember that we talked about values in the beginning? She has dignity. She deserves our respect. So what else? What else? Respect. Would you say beautiful is a value? Do you remember the values we talked about in the beginning? Respect, dignity, acceptance. Do you remember? Yes. She's loyal. Wouldn't you say loyal is good? So I would say loyal. Person, she's always with you. She's a good person to be with. Is there any other strength? For me, it's something I would say, something you like to do, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be good for you. You always want to be with her, but you shouldn't be with her. I know I'm going to drink this beer, but at the end of the day, it's going to be bad for me. It's going to destroy my body. You see that it's an attractive woman. She's a betrayer. Since the beginning of the writing, as you say that it's attractive, is she still attractive? I would like to know It's changed after the riot. Same way you used to describe before, after the riots as well, yes. Is that for everybody? Lucas? Yes, I would say yes. I haven't seen Dojam changing quite a lot. Lucas, you don't want to say anything? I don't have anything to say. So for you, Dojam changed anything? So the persona and the values are still the same, yes. And for strength and weakness, how do you feel actually in regard to Dojam after, when you see the brand, how do you feel about it? Do you still see it the same way? For me, yes, I would say that I see it the same way. It attracts the name itself. It's something familiar. It's something it's something which is ours. How do you think it's something? Why do you think it's something from your country? For me, honestly talking, Dojam, I cannot spend a day without seeing Dojam, even if I don't drink it, but I will see anyone drinking it. For me, I would say that Dojam is familiar, but can also drink Dojam. He can drink Chilar, but he can also drink Impala. It's difficult to drink Chilar and you drink another brand of beer instead of Chilar. So sometimes you end up drinking that because it's something that saves the life and it's everywhere. So what were you saying? So sometimes I would say that when I see that I don't have money, I end up drinking Dojam. For me, I ended up discovering that there's a difference between that Dojam, the small bottle of Dojam, which of 250 milliliters, with that big one of, what's the quantity? How many mLs would you say has? The same. I didn't wake up with that side effect. I didn't feel bad after I drank it. I felt normal. But I think there is something different there. So how about others? What do you have to say? I think it's better for me. The best one is can. So why do you say that? Because for me it's different. So what's the difference? I don't know how it is, but it's different. The difference is because that is different. It's only that I don't know how to explain it, but it's different. Can is different from the other. So what's the difference you feel when you're talking about difference? I can feel the beer itself when I drink and can. I can be able to feel the bubbles of beer itself. So in the bottle, what is in the bottle that is not in the can? So the quality for me is different. So why do you say the quality? Can you give an example? For me, bottle is a little bitter and the can is a little smooth. So in bottle is bitter and in can it's smooth. So I think that's what I wanted to say. So that big bottle, it bitters a little bit. For me, I think it depends on the weather. Because for example, when I used to consume Dojam, I like it to consume it in a glass. I don't like to consume it directly to the bottle. So that's why I like it, the small one of 225 ml. That's why I would say that. So that's why I would say that maybe that big bottle it's a little bitter. So have you already consumed it hot and a cold one? Yes. So you wouldn't say it's not the same. So for me, I would say that can is the best one, just like I said before. I don't know if there is something that they do to influence so that there is a difference in the beers. But it's also good, but sometimes you find it with a different flavor. I don't know what they actually do with that, but it's different. So, is there anything that changed? Just like I was saying, I think Dogem is not still the same, but it's still there. It's something that people consider it because it's something that we've been drinking for a long time, even though it suffered some changes. So I would like to know what changed. And you said that Dogem changed a little bit, so I would like to know what are the changes that you noticed in Dogem. I thought maybe I thought at some point that maybe it has to do with my body, but it's not exactly about that because I talked with too many consumers that used to consume it before, but now they're not consuming. They say the same thing that I used to feel. So what are the things that you say it's changing? So the things that I heard people saying is that the quantity of the bottles that they used to drink before, for gone of time, they changed. They're not the same they're not the same quantity of the beer that they drink now. I don't know if that has to do with the persons. Oh, maybe Dogem has worked a little bit in changing the beer itself, but people are no longer drinking too many bottles. Because I used to drink around 5 bottles, but I would be normal. But now, if I drink 2, I will be good. I don't get high easily, but I will feel like I drank something. So the problem is not about drinking there, but the problem is the following day. Because if I drink today, tomorrow, I will have some side effects, especially if I drink around 7 or 8. Tomorrow I won't feel good. I'll wake up with hangover. So the following day, just like I was saying, I'll wake up destroyed. My body is going to be destroyed. I won't be able to do anything else. I will spend the whole day on the bed. So I have a question. So how about others? What's the difference you have noticed? For me, I would say that there is something that they added, something that has to do with caffeine or something like that. Because there are beers that when I drink, I'm able to notice that they exaggerated in the caffeine. So I would say that maybe it's the same thing that is happening with Dogem. They added more the caffeine. And since the riot, is there anything that's changed? Have you noticed any changes? In terms of ads, in terms of adherence, in terms of people who are consuming it? For me, I would say that they changed in the ads. So the colors of the ads that they used to present it back then is not the same colors that they're using now. For me, I would say that in terms of ads, it's a little bit more updated. The quality of the ads itself. And I also understood something. Dogem now, during the riot, the company itself that was producing Dogem was attacked. So those people who were doing strikes, they went to the company itself and destroyed some of the things there. So maybe that would be the reason why they end up having an impact of not producing the same way they used to produce before. So maybe that's the reason why they are actually working hard now on the ad so that they can improve. Alright, you would say that the quality of the ads changed. So now I would say that what changed is the way that they publish the ads. So for me, in my opinion, I would say that they're trying to improve. They're working hard on ads. Every week they're there posting new ads, and so I think they're working hard on ads. So I think among the brands that we have here of beer, the only brand that is working on ads is Dojam. Regardless of the fact that there are other ads, but Dojam is the one that is working hard, and is there sponsoring so it's sponsoring some events, and they're working with a lot of people around. So I would say that Dojam is working in terms of changing the ads. But I would like to understand after the riots what happened. Yes, what happened after the riots? So during the riots they stopped a little bit producing. I would say that maybe it was not with that. The quantity was not quite a lot, but they used to produce, but the quantity was not the same. That's why I would say that I not see the difference there. Maybe the riots had impact in their company. I don't know, but I would say that during the riots, the price of beer itself was a little high. So the beer itself was high. The price was high. So why do you say they changed the price? I would say that maybe they changed the price because of the way we were accessing it. It was difficult for us to have access to it. Alright, another thing I would say that is that people complaining about the quality, or they say that beer was not good, but I think another reason why people were complaining because of that is because of lack of beer, because they were not producing during the riots. They actually ended up providing beer that they had stored a long time ago, so they decided to give people to drink that. So the quality of that beer that was made a long time ago and was being stored, so it's not the same comparing to the actual beer. And also because of the price itself. So what are the names of these ads that you are seeing now? And what's the message of this ad? So the message is the same, best in the world. Is it something different? So they say, yes, it's cash fresh. So yes, we end up understanding that the beer itself seems to be an actual brand of beer. So as I would say that they changed the label of the bottle itself. So that's where we were able to see that the brand itself, or the beer itself, is actually being changed, is being improved. They're trying to show some difference. Mainly when they invest in more in the advertisements, and they're calling people who are famous in Mozambique to do some ads like Salesio, Fokis, or Daniel G. And we talked previously about the way Mozambican people and our cultural values in life. We firstly talked about Mozambican values. So how does Dojam represent the Mozambican values? Well, honestly, Dojam it has been representing for a long time, and it's keep representing. It's the best in the world. It's the best in Mozambique. So it represents Mozambique. So So I think Dojam deserves to be recognized because it's doing a lot for Mozambique. Here in Mozambique, there can be a challenge with cars, soap, motorbikes, and beer, and being competitors with other countries. But if Dojam is here, Dojam is going to win, because just like I said, it's the best in the world. There is no other brand that is going to replace Dojam. So you talked here about, I see that you have a lot of information about Dojam. So here you have already drank Dojam. So why did you change? Why did you stop about drinking Dojam? So why did you stop drinking Dojam? So for me, I would say with 4 reasons. So I would say 2. So the first thing is for not letting me feeling good the next day, like hangover, lack of appetite. So when I'm drinking Heineken, so the vibration itself is different. So the feelings that I have when I drink Dojam, so Heineken doesn't cause them. I don't know, it has to do with body. So you would say that was the reason why you stopped drinking it, because of those side effects and others. For me, it would be difficult to distinguish the reason why I'm having those side effects, but I keep on saying that something was changed so that we can have this side effect, because Dojam didn't used to be like this before. It's been a long time I started to drink Dojam. Well, I wouldn't be able to say specifically when I started and when I started to drink Dojam. But honestly talking, they changed something in Dojam. I used to drink, everything was okay, but I used to drink and drink. Well, I drink Corona. I don't like Dojam because it doesn't fit me. So I'm afraid of drinking that because of the side effects I'm going to have. And basically what I don't like is to be high. So Corona, even if I drink it, I don't get high. So that's why I'm drinking Corona. So I would say that I'm high. I get very high when I drink Dojam. I would say that I drink Chilar. Dojam I used to drink, just like I said before, but now I'm not drinking it anymore. But when you were drinking it, so why didn't you like it? What didn't you like that you like in Chilar? I would say that it's almost the same thing. So why don't you like Dojam? So I would say the high itself is different. So why would you mention about high? For me, Dojam used to let me high fast, but now the one I'm drinking, it doesn't let me high fast. But if you say that, I would say that maybe you started with a Chilar, then you tried Dojam. That was the reason why you found that you were getting high very easily. Now it's not basically that. I still drink it. I started with Dojam, but it's not because yes, because for me Dojam is have when I drink it, I get high very easy. So why do you say you consume chila? For me, it's not expensive. So Dojam, so you would say Dojam is expensive and chilada is not expensive. Is there any other reason instead of the price? For me, it's not expensive comparing to other beers. It's a little bit expensive, but it's not quite expensive. It's just expensive than other brands that we're drinking. So is there anything that Dojam would do so that you can consider as a favorite beer? For me, I think Dojam would change the presence itself, because I think a lot of people are complaining about the presence itself. I think people like to drink. Even when they're drinking, they don't like to get high, but keep drinking, but not getting high very easily. So I want each. Can you speak once at a time? So for me, I don't think it has to do with that. You should control yourself. You should drink it in a moderate way, not just like drinking just overnight. You should drink having limits. It's not drinking over and over. And so just like I was saying, if you drink it a lot, then the following day you're not going to feel well. That's why people actually not drink. Just like George was saying, he said something that Dojam has to do so that he can consider to drink it very often. For me, in my point of view, Dojam can produce a Dojam Black. Because there are people who are looking for the high, but there are people who are looking for beer just to entertain themselves. So Dojam Black, how would it be? So they would produce different Dojam Zero with low percents. So for me, I would say it's the same thing as drinking water. Now, when I'm saying it's 0%, it's because for me, I think it's going to be low percent. It's going to have low percent. Dojam is good. I don't know, but what's happened? For me, Dojam is good. I don't know, but one of the things that I would say that Dojam is doing bad is because of after I drink it, I have side effects. So now let's do the same exercise that we did with Dojam. So now we're going to do with chila. Now we are going to have a mind map with chila. So when I say chila, what are the first thing that comes to your mind when I say chila? So chila is smooth. So what else instead of smooth? I would say that the qualities that it doesn't have good qualities, too many qualities, but the ones that we mentioned there are the ones that come to our mind. For me, I don't consume chilad, but I tried it once. And I was able to understand the difference between chilad and Dojam. Chilad, it's very smooth and it's light. And Dojam, it's heavy. For me, when I drink chilad, I'm able to wake up the following day without hangover and I'm able to do my works. And now let's imagine chilad is getting through that door as well. So what would be the gender? Would be woman or man? It's a woman. So a woman with so I would give age of 25. Do you all agree with 25? So what would be the position of that woman? She's a psychologist. Anything else? For me, I would say it's a teacher. So what would be the persona of that woman of 25 years of age? What would be the persona of that person? It's a good girl. If you say good girl, what do you try to say with that? It's an attractive woman. It's a good woman to spend time with. It's good to marry. what would be the position of this woman? So for me, I would say it's a woman who likes to chill out, which is to enjoy. And what are the values of this woman? If you would say she respect, for me I would. What else? She take care of us, and what else? And what would be the position of that woman in the community? Important? Important. How would you say it? Why would you say it's important? What would be the position? As a woman who helps everyone that has problems, and how about others? What would be the position of this woman in the community? For me, I would say that it's a kind of woman who wakes up in the morning and goes to work every day, someone who goes after what she dreams to get. And what are the strengths and weaknesses? So the strengths and weakness. Frozen it's water. When it's not frozen it's water. So those are the weakness. So it's not a good. It's a good beer to drink when it's cold. Another strength. And how about the relationship that has with you? What would be it? When I'm talking about the relationship, what would be the kind of relationship? She is a woman which is good to marry. And when we're thinking about the persona of Chilar, did it change? Would you say that the persona changed after the rite? Yes, I would say that now Chilar is changing to better. What changed it? What are the values that changed? Now Chilar is different. Now it's beautiful with good look. Instead of being beautiful, is there another appearance that you would say that changed in relation to the persona of this Chila? The content and the values. What the values of Chila sister riots. So I would say that Chila is always the same way. So I would say that Chilar is niece of Dojem because Chilar is aunt. And if we were to compare Dojem with Chilar, which of these brands would you say that you are more connected? I would say Dojem, and there is no way. So you would say that it's most important for you. So do you all agree with this? So I consume Chilar. So for me, I would say that I'm more connected with this. For me, Chilar is most important than Dojem. So you would say that it's most important because you consume, or because there is something else you would say that Chilar is most important. I say that because I consume. So which of the two would you say that it's more connected to this more Zambican lifestyle? I would say Dojem. So why Dojem, not Chilar? Just like I was saying, Dojem, it's the head, it's the mother. So it's considered here in Mozambique. It's most important in Mozambique. And which one represents who and where do you want to be in life? Between Dojem and Chilar, which of the two would you say would consider? So Dojem represents, so no one is going to change that. Dojem already represents, so it's in the first place. So now we're going to our last section. I'm going to show you some ideas here that we have. And I want all of you to say your opinions and what you thought about these opinions. So our 4 ideas that we have, and each one is different from each one, from the other. So The questions I'm going to make around these ideas are going to be the same. So I'm going to show you the ideas, then we're going to talk about these ideas, right? So I'm going to show you now. So the first idea is this one. So the main one is I want all of you to pay a lot of attention. You have to take a look at everything that's there, the visual, everything that you can note there, because I'm going to make some questions about what I've given to you. Just take a look at the image. Can I start? What are the first thoughts that you have about those images, pictures? What did you feel? What do you think about those pictures? I would say that this has to do with the gem itself. So you would say it has to do with the gem. The colors, instead of the colors, what else would you say that has to do with the gem? So the slogan itself, a simple way. And here as well, it's fresh, the gem is there. Can you speak close to the mic, please? For me, I would say the gem here is fresh, just like I'm seeing. And the lady that is actually holding the bottle, it represents the visual itself. I liked this picture. So what did you like about the picture? The details, the way how it's eye-catching? So what are the details you liked here in the picture? The colors. The colors represent the gem itself. And the clothes that this lady is wearing, they also show that she can be more fresh with the gem. Regardless of the fact that they included this man here, so they should remove and put my picture. And so it shows that the way he's laughing shows that he's happy with Doshin, and the slogan itself, a simple way. So there are some details that they can. There is no information that can let people look at it in a bad way, even though they had to change or improve something, because it doesn't tell people who actually don't have 18 years of age to not drink it, so they should improve it. So I didn't like the bottle itself. So is there anything else you liked? Is there anything you liked in that? For me, this one is good. So is there anything you didn't like? And so what's the message? What's the message that the brand is trying to show you? So for me, I think Dojam is trying to say that it transmits happiness for everybody. And it's something that can help you to relax in difficult moments and in good moments as well. It provides fun. And the content of that picture, is it relevant for you? So, to drink in a moderate way is something that young people have to learn, because as you know, a lot of young people, they tend to drink it quite a lot, and not in a moderate way. So the information that comes here teach young people that they should drink it in a moderated way. And lastly, I would say that it shows you that after you drink it, you should have a lift to go home instead of driving, because you'll be high. And would you say that that image fits to Dojam? Yes. So the image itself is Dojang. Even if they remove the bottles, I already have in mind that this has to do with Dojang. So what would make you understand that has to do with Dojang? For me, are the colors. Anything else? Just like I said, Dojang is familiar. Just for seeing this picture here, I thought I knew this. I thought I know or I've seen it before, while I haven't seen. Just because of the colors, they are familiar. Alright, so I'll show you the second idea. But this idea here, it's Bradismo em Moçambique. So what's Bradismo? So Bradismo has to do with friendship. So what are the first thoughts that you have after you see these pictures? It's simple, but you reflect. So it shows the friendship, that it shows that we should always be with friends there, we should socialize. And it actually leads us to go to the beach. So after you see that picture, why are you saying that it leads you to be with your friends? I'm saying that because when we are friends, we always want to drink, and when we see this picture here, we're going to think of drinking Dojang itself because it shows the happiness. So the slogan itself, which says Bradismo Moçambique. So when we are saying Bradismo, we're already in a friendship. So it's a sign of happiness, it's a sign of being socialized, and it transmits positive energy, and it's the best in the world. And instead of based in the beer itself, we're going to base in the symbol that it shows. And then we also know that to drink beer outside the house, we should be with good people who are our friends, who don't wish us bad things, because there are people that start poisoning us. So instead, it's better to be with loyal people, because there are people who are not loyal. So that would say the reason why it's the best in the world. So did you like the idea? Anything you didn't like? So the image, the way it's represented, what did you like? Friendship. Because it talks about Mozambique, so it's our tradition. So it means the Dojang belongs to us. And is there anything you didn't like in that ad? So for me, this blue color that is in the background, I didn't like it. So why? Because blue has to do with sky. For me, I think they had to add the background a little bit, just like red background or green color that reflects Dojang. So it doesn't reflect Dojang itself, just like I was saying. I think it has to do with school things, or not basically Dojang. It should be natural. It doesn't seem to be original. So they should show beach. They should show people drinking it or enjoying life. So what do you think they're trying to bring with the message? So they're trying to say that Mozambican, they're unique. And what else? Anything else? Just like I was explaining before. Just like I was saying before, friendship is important. Should always drink with people who are loyal. So they actually took advantage and they tried to bring out of Doja. So would you think the message is relevant for you? Yes. The image itself, Radijm as well, it already identifies us as young people and also identifies Doja as a brand, as the best in the world. And I'm here with my friends that are the best in the world as well. So I would say it reflects the gem. And instead of that, is there anything else you would say? So for me, I would remove the 3 people that I'm seeing there and put my friends. Alright, so you remove those 3 people and put your friends, yes. Alright, so now, I would say, for me, they should put woman instead of putting man. Alright, so we're going to move to the 3rd image. I want you to take so a 3rd idea is with com 100 paus levas 2. So for me, that slogan, the image itself says with com 100 paus levas. Think about the idea itself. It's very beautiful. Lucas, you speak very low. So what do you think, Lucas? For me, the idea is very good because the colors you can be able to identify that makes part of the gem. So you were talking more about the colors. So what are the colors of the gem? Blue, clever, do it. Like after you drink it, you shouldn't drive. It's forbidden for people. Yeah, I like it because they already included. It's not consumed. Should not be consumed by people under 18. But there are people who don't understand quite well. So instead of showing the symbol itself, they should write it down. So what did you like in that idea? The image, the background, those jam there, the phrase itself. I would like to have it in my room full of beer. For me, they would increase the contrast. Even though the background combines with a beer, but they should improve the contrast. And that they should improve in the image because that image of a man, it's a little bigger than the bottle of beer itself. So I think beer itself should show up just like was coming in the first idea, because in the first idea, beer, the bottle of beer itself showed up quite a lot so that it can be attractive. For me, it's beautiful. The only thing we want is the beer to show up. Instead of that, what else would you like to change? We also talked about the background. They should improve the contrast. So we would like to see a client receiving the beer itself. And for you, what's the message? Yes, submit. Yes, for me they would try. For me, they would try to replace the image and put my image. And what's the message they're trying to transmit? Com 100 paus leva duas, so I think they're trying to say with 100 you can have 2 bottles. So it seems like they're in promotion. Another idea you would like to say instead of promotion? And is that message relevant for you? Why are you saying quite a lot? Beer now it's 65. It's around 65. It's 55. And would you like that image to feed? Would you say it fits to Dojama's brand or it fits to another brand? No, for me that's for Dojam. Even if you remove everything and you let here, I can be able to understand that it has to do with Dojam. So you would say everything that's there combines with Dojam. Yes, it combines with Dojam, but Dojam here it shows up less than the person that is there. Can you give me the ideas? We're going to see the last idea. So this one, the name is Feita por Nós. So the last idea is Feita por Nós. So it's feita por nós, a nossa maneira. So for me the background is good, it's eye-catching, it reflects the beer itself. What's that at the holder? So can you speak once at a time? For me, they would try to put those young can. Because for me, what makes it, because it seems like they're trying to do some advertisement of a certain brand of beer, but they're not showing up the beer itself. So for me, they would improve in the image and show up the beer, the bottles of beer itself. So for me, I would say the Dojam here it's eye-catching. Anything else? But when you're saying that Dojam is eye-catching, what are you trying to say? Because I would say that just for seeing the glass here, it gives me the feeling of wanting to drink it. For me, it's eye-catching. Why are you saying it's eye-catching? Because I think it's in good conditions. The quality, fresh. It's attractive. So what I don't understand is the background itself. Because in the background I see something I don't understand what they're trying to show with it. Is there anything else you would instead of that? Is there anything else you would they would improve? Yes, for me, they would change people that are dead. They would use people from my area. So you would say only change people. For me, it's good. So Edward, what were you saying? We can be able to see that people that are there happy with what they are drinking. It's everything okay. So the only thing is that beer that is not showing up. For me, what is in the background it would be good if it was Dojam Can. I'm saying that because if it was Dojam Can would be better and beautiful, and they should remove this can and put Dojam Can. Yes. So for me, I think they're trying to promote using the pamphlet. So if the idea is that, they should try to show up the package of the beer itself. For us, loyal to Dojam, we can understand that the idea of Dojam is to promote a beer. So I don't understand the reason why they are showing the brand of another beer instead of showing only Dojam. So you would say they should change the background, right? Yes. Why? Because that beer is from Mozambique, and they should try to show Mozambican people. I'm seeing these Brazilian people. So you would think, you would say they should put Mozambican people like Antonio Marcos, Mozambican, as well as the bottles themselves, because the background is not that attractive. So for me, the idea of putting different people is not that bad, because they're trying to transmit that this beer is not only being drunk by people that come in from Mozambique, so it's worldwide beer, so everyone can drink it. So I think the idea of showing white people is good, instead of only showing Mozambican people. Just like I was saying, it's an international beer. So instead of being consumed in Mozambique, it's consumed overseas as well. And what's the message they're trying to transmit with this idea? So fun. So what do you think? Are they trying to transmit for people from other countries? Now for me, that is international, that it's known. And is that message relevant? The message in that idea is irrelevant? Yes, it's relevant. It's something to show that our country is able to I would say that the ones that are holding the glasses are doing a good job. And that there's the image, there's the idea fits in Dojam as a brand. So wouldn't you say it's good for another brand? No. So we saw 4 ideas. We saw the first one that we showed here. The first one, a simple way. We saw the second one, that is Bradismo in Mozambique. The third one, that is Sem Paus Leva Duas. And we saw the last one, which is Feita por Nós, a Nossa Maneira. Among those 4 that we saw here for you, what's the idea? What would you say it's a little bit more for Mozambican lifestyle? For me, I would say Sem Paus. The first one is Sem Paus. The first one. Which one do you think it's talks a little bit more about the Mozambican lifestyle? The Bradismo. For some it's Bradismo. So who say it's Bradismo? Okay. Bradismo for me it's good, but I would say it's Sem Paus. So each one has his own idea. And for others, what reflects Mozambican lifestyle? Sem Paus, and others, Lucas, George, Sem Paus, for me it's Bradismo, Sem Paus. And why Sem Paus and Bradismo? Honestly talking, the first idea is the most beautiful. And in terms of message, it's not that great. For me, Bradismo, it's our identity, the way how we are as Mozambican people. It should always good, with who is close to you, friendship, and others. Do you think Dojam is the one that fits to Mozambican lifestyle? Just like I said, Samir, same power idea. It's cool. The image, the bottle of the jam. It shows that they're trying to promote. So 2 ideas I think for me are good, because with Bradismo can be able to get with same powers you can with 100 you can get 2 bottles. So for me, what matters quite a lot is to sell. Just like I said before, that all of us, we can drink different beers from Dojam, but everyone can drink Dojam somehow. Then looking at the same powers idea itself, I think it can convince other people to drink Dojam more. Because some of them, they can say, well, with 100 I can be able to have 2 bottles, then it's affordable. Then I would say that the idea of promoting it is good. The idea of saying that you can have 2 bottles with 100, it's fine. But the idea now is to understand which one reflects to Mozambican lifestyle. I would say Bradismo. So what are the values that you would say? So it's Bradismo for me. And Feita por Nós as well. So why would you say Feita por Nós reflects Mozambican lifestyle? I would say that Feita por Nós is good because it recognizes the way how we're giving value to our products. So I would say Bradismo, it's our way of life. The way how we are, just like I was saying, identity. So it shows us as Mozambicans the way we are. We're good people, and we have good empathy. Anyone else would like to add? Well, we've gone to the end. I want to thank for your time, your opinions. I see you having the same feeling you had before, even though we spent a lot of time. I don't know if I have anything before we finish our conversation. I would like to thank for the opportunity of being here, and thank the opportunity of knowing these people that are around. And I would say that I have more friends now. Think only and hope we can see more times. And I would like you to give us the pamphlet so that we can take home, and so that I can show people that I made part of an interesting group. I would thank for the opportunity of changing ideas, knowledge. I learned a lot of things. Right, thank you. Well, I would like to thank first for the opportunity of being here and talk about this. It's very good to know that Dojam is worried about the way how we are consuming, and giving us opportunity to give our own opinions on what we want to be improved. And so I would thank for the opportunity they've given to us, while knowing that Dojam is worried about the community and people that are actually consuming it. Well, thank you. Would you like to add anything? Well, thank you everyone that is here, and thank you for the opportunity. And I would like you to give us a case of beer so that we can, after this meeting, drink it. And thank you very much for your time, and I hope I see you more times. I'm sorry for the time we had. Thank you.
Chama para mim Brasil, por favor.
Posso ir a casa de banho, estamos? Posso ir a casa de banho?
Mas ainda quando está agora tem que usar para ver o sistema de novo. Mas eu faço
Para mim fica muito difícil. Eles são falantes inglês. Clientes estão obrigados a aprender a falar inglês. Só falam inglês.
Isso é bom assim.
Tem que ir à escola. Inglês. Só posso escrever.
Muito eu, quando andar ninguém na sala, vai fazer isso. Tá sabendo? Não vai falar de quando vai.
Mandou colocar inquirido.
Inquirido. Não que você respondendo, inquirido, não vai. Esteja a brilhar.
Agora vamos para a quarta, né?
Ei, vai ler tempo. Vem cá. Você não quer aquela cena, Pedro? Aquela gameplay,
Sim, vou terminar assim.
Diz agora.
Vou terminar assim. Vou terminar aquelas partes. Falta muito. Até as 15 vamos mandar.
Vamos para a quarta, né?
Olha para o galho.
Acho que é 4. Estamos 3, agora é 4.
Olha, graças a senão vai muito.
Sim, eu acho que sim.
Já tive entrado.
Sim.
Eu estou muito relaxada.
Tem.
Aqui.
Não estou perder lá, aceita. Esqueci de dizer do Brasil. Já? Já está. Tá aí. Já está.
aqui, como tu queres, ok?
Para poder controlar, senão.
Isto aqui.
Pode puxar mais para cá, quero ver as pessoas.
Tá bom assim?
Mas para dizer falar em alto. É para me viajar, é isso. Mas para dizer lá falar em alto e aproximar o mic. Good afternoon, how are you? How are you feeling? We're good. I hope you keep like this. So we're going to be talking. I hope we talk. So you are promoting your job, that's fine. I believe it's going to be an interesting conversation. We're just going, before we start, I would like to say we're going to spend time together. So is it going to depend on me? So another colleague is coming. He went to take his jersey. Can you bring something to eat, like a soup? I cannot bring any soup because if I bring it, you are going to only want to eat. So after a good soup, it's going to be good because we'll have more to talk. So can we start? Yes, we can start. Good afternoon. Well, good afternoon. How are you all? We're fine. I'm also fine, thank you. My name is Laurinda Xavier Matola. And I will be moderating this conversation that we're going to have here. So I'll ask all of you to be free, to feel free as much as possible. We are all in the table, so be free to talk, to discuss. We are going to be here for 2 hours to 2 hours and a half to talk about your day-to-day life. How is your day-to-day life? We are going to talk about what you do every day. So we are going to also talk about other things. Just to say that there are no wrong or right answers. We just need your opinions, your honest and accurate opinions. If there is a question you don't understand, I ask all of you to ask me so that I can repeat as like I'm going to do it. If I don't understand anything you're saying, I'm going to ask all of you to repeat it. Okay? So to say that your participation is volunteer, so you're not obliged to be here. And you're not obliged to respond to any question that you don't feel comfortable in responding. So if there's a question that you don't feel comfortable with it, and you feel that you're not available to say or you're not comfortable with the question, so if you're not available, you can leave the conversation anytime if you feel that you're not free to talk. And to say that everything that we're going to talk here would be kept strictly confidential, so it means that it's not going to be shared with anyone else. So we're just going to talk here about a topic. So as you can see here, we have some colleagues that are on the other side in a virtual meeting. So there are colleagues that are taking part of this conversation virtually. So my phone will be here because there are some questions that they can have and they're going to make it through WhatsApp. And so they go, in case they don't understand anything, so they're going to ask. That's the reason why I will be with my phone. And I'll ask your phones to be switched off or in silence or in your pockets so that it cannot distract you anyhow. So I ask all of you to put your phones on silence. So just like I was saying, there are not wrong or right answers. I want all of you to be free to talk. I want all of you to be free to share your opinions. So I would want to speak one at a time so that we can understand. If someone wants to say something, you have to wait for the other being speaking so that you can share your thoughts, so that we can be objective in the responses as well. So can each of you introduce, say your name, your age, what you do, your occupation in this case? Who is going to start? One. My name is Salvador Costa. I'm 30 years of age. I'm an electrician. I work with electricity. My name is Marcelo Machava. I'm 29 years of age. I work with communication. Thank you, Marcelo. My name is Samito Carlos. I'm 30 years of age, and I work with I'm a driver. My name is Makam. I'm 24 years of age. I'm 39 and I work in medicine. Good afternoon. Marco Anton. I work with building. Thank you very much. My name is Faustino Novella. I'm 33 years of age. So I work with technology. Thank you very much. So as you already introduced, so I think we're going to know each other for going off conversation. I believe that some of you know each other, or I believe that some of you don't know. It's your first time here. So what do you like to do in your day-to-day life? How is your day-to-day life? So are you talking about the work? Your day-to-day, how is your day-to-day? So what do? You wake up, what are the activities that you have been doing? So it's a Friday, it's a Monday. I have to see what is not solved and trying to do some agenda of what are going to be the tasks and how has been your day-to-day life. Can you speak up a little bit so that I can understand? So I go to work, I wake up. So I go to work, I come back. So it's almost the same thing I do every day. So at the weekends, it's different. So how has been the weekends? So it's a little different because I go outside, I visit family, I go hang up with friends as well. So and how about that? How is your day-to-day life? So for me at the weekend, the first thing I do is to know the agenda. And if it's good, I can go out to meet friends. And if I have time, I can be able to go outside and drink a beer. And if it's about business, I can do some business as well. And working and thinking back then, time before this riot, what was life like during the riot, before the riot? How was your life? For me, life, it was staying at home because I had limitation to go outside. So the only thing I did was to go drink beer, to try to understand how my area was and how about others. For me, I would say that even then, because of my work, I had to go outside because I work in hospitals. So I had to find a way out to go outside. So that it wasn't possible for me to stay at home. It wasn't impossible for me to stay at home. So I had to go outside so that I could be able to work as well. even though I had to consult people from my area to know what's going on in my area, what's the environment, and how about the routine at that time? Was it different from now? And how is your routine now different from the riot time? During riots, I would say that it was different because I would say that things were different because we were strict, but now we're not a little strict. We're able to move around without any problems. I can be able to talk to people that are around me. And how about others? How was about your routine? Is it different from the time of riot? Or is it a different routine? Is there anything that changed? Is it the same? Can you speak up a little? I believe that we changed a little bit. So what changed to you during the riots? So well, the work itself wasn't the same because we used to work at home during the riots, but now we're able to go outside to work because of the riots. So would you give an example of anything that changed, some activities that you were not able to do, but now you're able to do them? So I don't say that I wouldn't be able to go to work outside, but now I'm able to work without any problems. So why would you say before it was that, but now it's like that? So I would say that I wasn't able to work because of the prices, because prices were a little high. And now and back then because the products were a little difficult to get. And Marcelo? For me, regarding the riots, I would say that it was different. It was difficult because people who used to work, they spent a long time at home, so the communication itself was difficult because of the internet and to move around itself and everything. Just like my colleague was saying, the food itself, products were difficult to get. The prices were a little high, and you were not able to get even to the retailers. So it was a little difficult. And even in the weekends, we liked it because at the weekends we had a lot of time to talk to neighbors. So just to add what you say, we had the situation of not being able to use internet. So it was very difficult for those people who work with the internet. So I would say it affected somehow the dynamic of the work that we do, specifically as that we work with technology. So it was difficult to even receive emails. Yes, for me, I would say it was a conditional situation because as I work with vehicles, and so it was difficult because many people were not buying vehicles, so they were staying at home. So we didn't have any assistance. But after that, things tend to change and now are normal. And now do you see it's normal like before the riots, or you would say that after the riots, things are not the same? So I would say that things are coming back not to normal, but in a gradual way. It's a little, but now people are paying a lot of attention because of the riots. So we're just saying life is still not normal, perfect. So I would say the country is still not good. I would say that because of the condition that the country now has. I would say that even the information that is published in TV, it's not the same, because even the information that they are broadcasting in TVM, for example, when they are advertising a product, you can see that the price is not the same when you go outside. So I can give an example. Last week, I would say that the products themselves, they're not, back then, the way how we used to consume the products we were consuming then are not the same kind of products we're consuming now. So the lifestyle is not the same. Because of after what happened, we were in condition, because now we're not doing things according to what we want to do, because there is no law. So Samito, can you give an idea? What's your idea about the life? How was your life before riots and now? How is your life? What do you see has changed? So before riots? I would say that things during the riots it was difficult because people were not able to go outside normally, but now people are able to go outside without any problems. I'm thirsty, I'm sorry for the voice, so I'm going to have a sip so that I can be able to speak. You can be free. Yes, what were you saying? I was saying that life itself, because of the riots, it wasn't that easy. Because I was able to go outside, to go to work, but I wasn't able to get transport. I would be able to go to work, and sometimes I wasn't able to go to work. And so the weekend, for example, Friday or Saturday, we were able to go outside in the street of our own area. We were able to control the community itself just to see what's going to happen, all that because of the riots. Also because of the situation that happened, the release of those people that were in jail, so we were afraid because some people were released from the jail. So I would say that we're able to go outside to work, but we were still fearful. But now it changed a little bit. We are still trying to get into it, but it's not easy. And how about the information that is broadcasted on TV? Do you see something different that is being broadcasted on TV or on media? Something that you see that's different before the riot? I would say that there's more control in media. So even though we're still worried because people are still low offenders, but now people are a little bit attentive to what is happening more than before. I would say that during riots, after the riots, we had another vision, especially for people. Because before riots, people were a little limited because they were afraid of showing or asking for their rights. So during the riots, people were able to understand that they are able to ask for their own right to have voice, so that we can do anything. So if there is something that people don't like, they know that they have a way to ask for their own rights. So now you can see all over here in our country that when people are not happy with something happening, they are able to block the streets so that nothing can be done or no one can be working, because they are actually, I can give an example of teachers. Teachers, they are actually shown another dynamics because of the impact of riots. So now media, I would say that changed because when they hear something, they don't take time to publish it, so they publish it right away. And how about the information that they actually broadcast there? Did you see any information which is different after the riots? For me, now I think information is not hidden anymore. Everything that happens, people share, and I think that's because of the riot. Because people now, they have their vision opened, and so anything that happened, because we are unique, we tend to share so that we can try to settle that. So I would say that some TVs in particular, some of them, they tend not to show the reality of things. They try to show things from a long time ago. So I would say that Facebook itself, on Facebook, even an accident or something that happens right now, so on Facebook you're going to see it. So on Facebook you don't have also to select, I'm going to see all the information, I'm going to see recent information, so you're going to see all the information. So now people actually people are suffering because of transportation. When you see on TV, you're not going to see it, but on Facebook you're going to see it because, and when we are actually sharing that information on social media, now you are able to see that when I'm using that street or that road, I'm not going to be able to get transportation. But I would say that that happens on TV is because of that restriction. So now people believe in the information that is broadcasted on social media more than the information that is showed on TV. I would say that virtual platforms, on virtual platform, people are able to share anything that's happening. But now we would like to know a little bit more about you, for things that really matters to you, thinking you as Mozambican. How would you like to be seen as Mozambican? For example, someone comes from abroad. For example, someone that describes you as Mozambican, how would you like that person to be describing you as a Mozambican person? Maybe the question should be, how would you like to seen in your community? Would you like to seen as an example there, to be recognized, or be knowing your values, ethics, just like other people, how you do things there? Because nowadays, when you're a society where children are actually trying to mirror themselves in old people, and when they see you going to church, see you going to the university, so they're going to say, I would like to be like him. So for me, that would bring an impact to the people in my society. So what I would like to be seen as Mozambican, I would like to be seen as a mirror. So instead of that, so above all that, I would like to see as someone who is trying to transmit happiness. And what else would you like to be seen as Mozambican? For me, I would say that I would like to be seen as a good person. He is intelligent, that he is able to be recognized in any continent or country. So this is a right identity for Mozambican people. So the third thing I would say that is someone who is able to receive his welcome anyone. So those are the three things I would say that they describe the Mozambican people. You can arrive someone with a problem and present them, Mozambicans going to help. Thank you. Anyone else would like to add about something you would like to be seen as Mozambican? And what are the words you would like people to use to describe you as Mozambican? The words that someone can use to describe you as Mozambican. What are the words? Very good. A very good person. So, very good person. So that person is good. And what are the values that you defend? So what are the values? Someone who has a lot of characteristics. I think has to do with intelligence, the capacity of resolving issues. So that I would add as values, very important, that we can share all over the world. Is there anyone else who would like to add anything else? That would agree with the idea? Maybe I would say that there are a lot of values where that actually that can describe someone. But we in the society, values has to do with ethics and moral. So I can't remember the question. So what are the values that you define as Mozambican? So the integrity, the well-being, to know how to behave, education, and what makes you motivated in your day-to-day life. So what's your name or feel? Just like you were saying, we as Mozambicans, we are very happy people. We have willing to do anything. So I would say that the base for that is happiness. So I would like to know about you all. Perhaps I would say that the family, that spirit that we have of being in family, the respect that we have with our parents. So we have some motivation so that we can do something to our parents just because we like them, we want to see them living well. So motivation is trying to bring comfort and well-being to the family. And how about the others? I would say that for me, when I'm able to achieve something, so I'm motivated. So my motivation would be to bring something good for my family, my mother. So the motivation of having a job brought me another motivations to do some other things. To be a good person in the community as well. And thinking about the current political riots, to what extent did that changed the things that you feel inspired by, the riots? Did they actually change the spirit that you have of having that motivation of bringing bread to your family, to your house? Did that change your motivation? No, for me I would say that it didn't change because we were not, I would say that it changed because we were not doing what we were willing to do. So after that, now we're able to do. So now, at that time, we were not able to do our work so that we can bring something at home. So at Keros. So during riots, I would say that it's something to be inspired by because if we can take a look at everything that happened, we can be able to figure out that it's possible to change what we want to see going well. So we can have freedom of speech. We can try to have a possibility of trying to invent anything so that we can bring what's our originality. So I think if we can do that, we can improve something. We can be able to so that we cannot be employed. So I would say that right at some point they help with us to have a vision about things that we can be able to change. Yes. And about motivations, the first thing that I would really look at is about the moments that we're going through. So you can see that I'm going through this situation. So for me to be able to handle this situation, what do I have to do so that I can improve it, my life? So I'm going to be motivated to go after something so that I can improve it. So that has been something very interesting. And what are the things that really motivates you? So what are the things that can you say specifically? What are the reasons? So are the achievements, and for example, so in the family, so at the time I'm going to be able to achieve something to bring to the family, just for the effort that you actually show to buy a cell phone. So it ends up being something that is going to let you happy. So it's something that is going to motivate you. You're going to say that as I'm able to buy this, I'm going to be able to get something else. So the motivation is that of you want to achieve house, other goods, so they actually motivate us to work. And how about others? What are the things that motivate you? You say that to be motivated you should achieve something. Oh, for me, what motivates me is to know that I have to get whatever I want to get. So sometimes it can be to get married, to have a son, so that I can build up a family, a new family, to create a company. And about you specifically, what are the things that motivate you? For me, the motivation is to have money to travel. Okay? Can I go outside? Alright, can you turn out the AC? Yes, you can turn it so that you cannot feel bad. Okay, so now I want us to analyze the values I'm going to share with you here. So we have some small pieces of papers, and each paper has its own value. So I want us to analyze these values in group. I want all of you to do this in groups, and you're going to group these in 3 different groups. So we have the first one, authenticity. I want to know, authenticity for you, is it most important value? Is it somewhat important? Is it not so important? Or it's most important, or it's somewhat important, or not so important. Did you understand? So groups are going to be 3. Most important, somewhat important, and something not so important. So I'm going to ask all of you to do that in groups, all of you 6, so that we can divide it in 3 groups. So I'm going to give you 9 seconds so that we can do it. So that I can, and I will be writing there in the flip chart. I want you to do that in a very fast way. So how many groups? And so all those values, so you're going to tell me, for example, in 3 groups, you're going to tell me what's most important. All of you, can you please do together? So what do you think should be in the first place? Equality. Acceptance. Are you all participating? So we have the first group. Can you pay a lot of attention here? We have the first group. We have to divide in 3 groups. So they have values as Mozambicans. What are the values, the ones that are there for you are most important? What are the values that are somewhat important? And what are not so important? For me. So most importantly, it can be more than one. Do you all agree with that? Yes. Okay. So you can sit up. So what are the most important values? Equality. And another one, community. The other one, authenticity. Another one, acceptance. Another one. So they are the one. Somewhat important, local pride, friendship, enjoy life. Is there anyone? For me, I would put fun because it makes part in a human being life. For me, I think it's priority because even if you are doing something, but you should have fun. For me, fun brings happiness, and happiness is the base. So if you have money, you are not happy. For me, when you are fun, for me it's something important. So I would say it's somewhat important. And it's somewhat important, do you have anything else? Not so important, there is nothing. Yes, no. So why did you group them as most important? Local pride, fun, enjoying the life, and fun. So why did you group them as somewhat important for you? I think for me, friendship is not compulsory. Local pride sometimes relates what has the community has to do. Sometimes enjoying life, sometimes we need it because regardless of what we're going through, we have to enjoy having fun. So it's something that we should do. And fun, that's what I was trying to bring an explanation, that fun can be going to the disco, it can be with being with the family. It's not so important because it can have a bad impact in your life. And what else? Why did you group them that way? For me, I'll start from fun. Fun is something important because in everything we do, we should try to look for fun a little bit. We should try to be fun in life. As long as you do something that, it doesn't matter, as long as you do something that you see it's going to be fun for you and it's going to be accepted in the community. So friendship as well is very important because we all know that we learn a lot of things in friendship. So when we have friendship, we learn too many things, just like I was saying. And the most important thing, we have equality, community, authenticity, and acceptance. Is there any add that is not there that you would like to add that we don't have there, that you would consider is most important as value, as Mozambican? I would say friendship. So you said friendship as somewhat important. For me, intelligence. I think that's the most important value. When someone is not intelligent, to remind you that it's value for Mozambican. I don't know if this can be in the same way as authenticity, but I would say being humble. Being humble, for me, we can add it, be humble. But instead of being humble, is there anything else that you think it's missing here in the most important values? I would say patriotism. I would say that it has to, let's say something, because we saw it during the riots, so I would say that patriotism is very important. Because everything that happened during the riots happened because of the parties. Okay? So why are these values most important? Equality, community, authenticity, intelligence, and being humble, and patriotism. Why do you consider them as most important values for you? For me, the human being, to be considered as an original human being, should have all that. And equality, every human being should be equal. me, I think, for example, equality makes part of a human being, be it with law, be it not something that has to do with law. For example, I come from a certain community. So community itself needs some kind of behavior, needs some kind of value. So we have ethics, we have other values. So it's important to have equality in the community. So authenticity, it's a profile, it's my character. So it's very important because I'm like this while I'm not really like this. So I should have my own character and tradition for you. As is something most important, somewhat important, or not so important. It's important because I would add in the authenticity and in the community as well. It goes along with those three. So let's talk a little bit more community. Why do you say community is most important? So tradition, you say it's most important as well, right? Yeah. But for me, I don't think we need that because authenticity has to do with tradition. So it's something that, in other words, means the same thing. Because if someone says that you are from a certain tradition, if someone from South, regardless of being a good person, of welcome other people, so that's going. We know South people have been people who actually welcome other people. So I would say that that defines you. So we are talking about authenticity. And so you would say it goes along with authenticity and community. And patriotism, you say that is something important. So to what extent that affected the local pride? Because you say that is something somewhat important. Why patriotism isn't something most important? Why local pride is somewhat important? For me, I would say that it ended up being patriotism. We're from here, we're fighting for the same reason. So you were asking, it seems they seem to be similar but in the different groups. For me, I would say it's because of the concept of local pride. Local pride, we are talking more about locality, district, and area. Now, for me, local pride, if I do something good, so the local pride is going to be there. So I just gave an example, locality, district, and area, so that is a local pride. There is a circumference. There is something which is limited. So patriotism, it's not something which would say it's in central. It has to do with a government. I don't know if you understand. For me, local pride, I would say that it's a little bit linked to the tribalism. For example, local pride. Local pride for me has to do with the way how actually what we have in the community. While patriotism has to do with everyone. We are all fighting for the same reason. And how about you? What's your idea about local pride and patriotism? For me, local pride, just like my colleague here was saying, that we're in a certain area, for example, Polana Kalino Eskitem. So it's where we are living. So the environment of your area is going to dictate how you are going to be. And patriotism, I don't know how to explain it. But patriotism, I don't know if the difference is something different with something somewhat important. So I would be in the same idea with that. And thinking on your day-to-day life. So would you like to say something? So I ended up remembering something that my father has been saying about the riots that happened back then. So he was saying that young people of our society, they don't have a good patriotism because easily they follow very easily to bad things. They are very easily to be influenced. Okay, so I was asking, thinking on your day-to-day life, in what moments or occasion are these values most evident or present? These values: equality, authenticity, acceptance, intelligence, patriotism, and being humble. At what moment or occasions are these values most evident or present? Every day. But in what moment? What occasions? At work? I think there should be equality and authenticity too. Because I think what you wrote in your resume should be exactly what you are. What else? At the weekend, when I'm talking about the friendship, you should have authenticity. Because no one is going to accept being on your side not feeling that you are an authentic person, someone who has values that you can trust or you cannot trust. So it's going to be, I cannot be with this person because it's fake, so I'm going to cancel him. More opinions. In what occasions, in what moments are these values most evident or present in your life? Faustino has already said something. He said at work. What else? In what moments at work, and apart from work, what are the other occasions? In family. So what's the value that is present in your family? Can you give an example? Equality. Not so much, but because if you don't have money, so can you give more example? Can you give that in more detailed way? While you are thinking, I would say apart from the moment I will wake up. So from the moment that we wake up, we start seeing all these values. So we all have to be authentic. So we should be equal as well. So equality, it's going to resume everything. From the moment that we're going to need something, at the moment that we're going to the street, we all need transport. So when we are going to get a bus, we are all equal. Even when we are going to ask for some assist in public areas, so we should all be assisted in the same way. Being humble, I think it's something which is the main thing, because if we want to achieve something, you should be humble so that we can be treated fairly. So patriotism, I would say that we lost that a long time ago. Looking at what he was saying, that example that he already gave, just like he was saying that his father said that young people now are not actually following the patriotism. Because a long time ago, all the people, our fathers, they had the same thought. Because for them to have a leader, they were the ones who choose that leader, that is the leader that is actually leading us now. So that has to do with patriotism and tradition. So at what moment is tradition evident in your life? Tradition, I think, has to do more the way how we live. Certainly something that has to do with some ceremonies and family ceremonies. So on a day-to-day life. So for me, I would say it has to do with family and a little bit of community. So I'm going to give an example. For example, people from South, specifically people from Maputo, in relation to people that come from Gaza, they're a little bit confused. So we end up thinking that Mashangana, people from Gaza, are confused. So I would say that it has to do with family and society. For me, tradition, I would say that it's everything they said. Because nowadays, family matters. For example, in a family, in a community, we always have that, even though we're noticing that not quite a lot, because for going of time, people tend to not follow tradition. While for example, in Maputo, people tend to not follow the tradition, while in Gaza it's normal and people actually follow it. They actually do that. For example, if they say the grandparents X actually used to do this and we should follow that, while in Maputo people don't even care about that, the tradition itself. So if I want to get married tomorrow, I can get married without any problems. So tradition, we don't actually use it. So the thing is, what are the moments or occasions that you are absent in your life? So when they're absent in your life, what do you use when you feel that this tradition is absent? So faith, the faith. For me, I think we are losing tradition itself. Because even if you follow the tradition and you get married with someone, that person can happen to say that I don't care about tradition. So in my tradition, they can say that we have to do this, this, and that. That's what the tradition says. For example, like when we have a new child at home, we have our tradition, for example, that we have to, before we give him a name, we have to consult or something. But there are many people who are not actually following that. But it's something that even in hospitals, it's something that they say, but it's something that we're trying to avoid it. But tradition is something that should be followed. And most of the times we don't follow that because we confuse tradition and sorcery. So that would be the reason why maybe many people are not giving value to tradition, because of the religion as well. Because if Because if I ask a healer, for example, to come to my house and there is a tradition I would do, which is to clean the house, people are going to find it strange. And what are these values? Which of these values sets Mozambique apart from other countries? What Mozambican people have that other country, for example South Africa, they don't have? So the first thing is equality. I would say that in South Africa, people don't have equality. For example, as like you said, equality. So in South Africa, they don't have equality. Instead of equality, for me, I would say the first thing I would say that the South African people, they really like tradition. I would say humble. I would say South Africa. It's not just to talk about South Africa. I just gave you an example. It's not to focus in South Africa. I would say be humble. Mozambican people are humble. And what else instead of being humble? Being humble, he said equality, community. What, is there anything else instead of community, equality, being humble? Is there anything else? Intelligence. Is there anything else that sets Mozambicans apart from other countries? And when you think of these values, are there any of these values that have created a tension to you? The values that you mentioned, that you said Mozambican people have, for example, you said that Mozambican people are not equal. Is there any situation of tension because of that? I can give an example of Scott Mafumo, that he didn't fulfill with what they combined. I don't know why he did that. Maybe he did because of lack of equality, because he didn't feel like he was equal to us. So he was not humble, because he even tried to justify what made him not show up in the show. And instead of that example, do you have anything else? Do you like to say that you think it's created intention? For me, I would say that there is a situation of an event when I was still in the American school. A small group of white people that were joking with black children. So it wasn't attention at all, but that black person didn't feel well, even though they didn't present on TV, but it's something that I didn't feel well, because basically here in Africa, when white people tend to joke or tend to do something which we don't consider it's a normal thing, so we actually don't like it and it becomes ritual. So for me, I would say that I would like everybody to respect other people. So for you, you would say that that created intentions. And if we go back 6 months ago to time before the riots, how do you think some of these values have changed over time? The most important before the riots and now. Do you think these values changed over time? I would say patriotism changed. I would say it's something that affects the community quite a lot. Instead of patriotism, is there anything else? Is there any other value that you see has changed? Equality, I would say it's still there, but it's for fake people. Even though we have a lot of fake people in the community, because now people... There are people who lost their own jobs. There are some outlets who were destroyed, So patriotism is not there because people stole things of other people. Is there anything else, other values that you think changed over time? I think I would say authenticity. I would talk about police stuff. They are not authentic, because during the riots they tend to be humble, but now they're still not humble. So I would say that they don't have authenticity. Some of them, they even used to store things in the outlets. And how do those values, authenticity, equality, patriotism, how do those values change the way how you feel about being Mozambican? Did it change something? The way you feel as being Mozambican, I'm talking about equality. It changed. I'll give you an example. For example, you are drinking a baraka, and for example, you mentioned that you make part of a certain party, so the community itself is going to not like that. So I would say that we're not equal anymore. So they can even chase you away because they can say that you're not a good person, so you can live here. For example, even public transportation during the riots, the bus, in the bus people were singing and I was not singing. And they say who is not singing is because he makes part of a certain party. And I felt that they were talking about me. They ended up wanting to arrest me because I was not singing. And so you would say that change it. Is there anything else you would like to change? Samito, you are not talking. Is there anything you would like to add? To what change, if this value changed the way you feel as Mozambican? I would say that nothing changed. And what were the things about being Mozambican today that you're most proud of? Intelligence, and what else? Patriotism. Being patriotic, and what else? Being humble, and what else that you're proud of? Is there anything else you're proud of? Being humble, I think it's something that it's always proud. But from back then, now, I would say patriotism, as being Mozambican person, I think it's something we're going against, because when we are fighting for something that has been implemented for a long time, we have to understand that we made part of that. And what are the things that makes you feel a little less of being Mozambican today, for example? Being a fake person. So it's when you are a fake person, it's something that it's something that is going to let you not be a trusted person. People are not going to trust you. For example, you're going to buy something and a person asks you to pay 50%, and you authorize that person to pay that amount and disappears. So the person, for me, it's going to lack authenticity. And is there anything else that you are less proud of? Being Mozambican instead of being a fake person? What else? Not being equal specifically in this. I would say basically in the assistance that we get when we go to certain public places. For example, today, Pastor from Vodacom, so what happened is that there is a chair that two people are able to sit there. And when I was sitting there, she said something I didn't understand. So, but then the person that was in the branch, when I asked him that I didn't understand, so they said, okay, you can lay there. But then After a little while, a colored person appeared there. They gave him the priority of being assisted before I got there. So I would say that there's no equality because of that. So now we're going to move on to another section. So now we're going to talk about brands. We're going to talk about all kind of brands that you use. It can be brands of jewelry, brand of clothes, all brands that you know, all brands that you buy. Since the beginning of riots, is there any change in terms of the way you are looking for the brands that you consumed, the way how you're looking or the way you're buying that a certain kind of brand? Just like I said, it can be any kind of brand, international brand, national brands. I don't know if I can think that when you look at the brand itself, you can't believe it was made by that brand. For example, Nike, Adidas, Gucci, and other brands. So you feel that things are fake lately. We cannot believe in anything else. So I would say that things now are fake because of riots. I'm talking about the riots. I would like to know after the riots. I'm going to talk about the brands that I'm actually using. I would say that they changed. Just like I was saying before, even clothes themselves now are fake. It's something that you're going to buy and you will use just 2 or 3 months and then you're not going to use it anymore. So I'm going to talk about rice. So rice before riots, it was 1,200. During or after riots, so the second thing as well, I will talk about beer. So during the riots, Dojam, that big one was 65, but after that it's 100. So they increased the prices quite a lot. So you would say there's increase of, yes, Amito? Yes, I would say that there's a lack of products. So even sometimes we're trying to go outside to buy gelato or Dejam, but we're not able to find them. And in the brands, still in the brands, we're going to talk about beers afterwards, and in brands. Did you actually like a tint? Are you actually not worried about getting certain brands of something that you were using before and now you are not worried about getting them? Is there any change? For me, no. For example, rice. You were talking about rice, that you said that the price were a little higher. Then I would like to know about the prices. Are there any kind of brands that they changed? You changed a certain brand because of the riots? For example, I would say that at home we used to consume Walmart rice, which is national brand. But during the riots, the price was increased, so we were not able to afford that because of the price that was high. So we stopped consuming the one we were consuming before because of the price. Anything else, more opinions instead of what he shared now? For example, I didn't change the brand because during the riots, there was a lack of beer itself, because they were not producing a lot. And also because the street was blocked, so there was no way for them to bring beer over. So instead of that, because of that, I would say that there is a lot of lack of products regarding the beer as well. So about those brands that you were mentioning here, are there some specific brands that actually go along with our value as Mozambican? Yes, Dojam. So it explains how Mozambican wants to be, because looking at Heineken, it's for people who are very important people and has to do with financial situation as well. And instead of Dojam, instead of beer itself, but they are the brands that you used to consume that reflect exactly the Mozambican lifestyle. It can be more or less that reflect the Mozambican lifestyle. Water, for example, certain brands of waters now. So I would just say that it started because of riots, yes. So what does this brand has that reflects a Mozambican lifestyle? I think has to do with access. It's easy to get them. It's easy, the price is low, they're affordable. So that contributes quite a lot. So it's easy to get anywhere. So because there are certain brands that it's not easy to get them anywhere. So I would like to know if you go. So if you go back before the riots and after the riots, is there anything that you would say is still the same? I would say that there are some brands that actually exist in the market, even though the price is a little low. But I would say that the reason why other people are not consuming certain brands is because the brands that actually exist now in the market after the riots, they have low prices. That's why people are consuming them quite a lot. So did you change your opinion about what you consume certain brand? It changed. For me, it changed. Because now what they bring now, it's fresher for us. Because if I compare it back then before the riots, during the riots, and now, I think now, just like I was saying, here we should focus on the riot, during the riots. So I'm trying to bring the results of riots. So I would say that now they brought much fresh things comparing to back then before the riots. And talking specifically about the beer, brands of beer. So what are the brands of beer you consume? Dojam, Light, Impala. I like Impala because of the way how it's produced. For example, Impala, Mandioca, the smell itself is very good. And the one made up of corn, instead of the flavor and the smell itself, the quantity itself is good. Instead of Dojam, what are the other brands you consume? And why do you consume Dojam quite often? Because it identifies us. It's our flag. It's our flag. It identifies us. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Why do you say it's our flag? Because because it's everywhere. What are the other reasons why you would say that it identifies us? So I would say that for me, I say that because my first contact with beer was Dojam. So what does Dojam has that other beers don't have? The smoothness of Dojam. I will give an example of Laurentina that we used to have. Dojam is different from Laurentina because Dojam is not bitter as beer. The flavor itself that you feel in Dojam, you can drink it with any kind of meal. The access itself, it's affordable. It's a good brand. That's why I say that it has a good characteristic as a Mozambican brand. And also how it's produced, I think counts quite a lot. So what are the other reasons why you are consuming Dojam? I think the effect after I drink. The effect after I consume, to be honest, there is a smoothness, the flavor, but what we feel after we consume, the following day, it's something very bad, because there was a time that Dojam was not doing well, was not producing well. So what are the things? I would say that, yeah, because of that time when we consumed Dojam, the following days we wouldn't feel well, because you would be able to consume it overnight, but then the following day you won't be able to do anything else because of the side effects you're going to have. So you're not going to be able to wake up or even moving around the following day. So in what occasions do you consume Dojam? When we're having fun, when we're talking with the family, when you are with friends outside. There are times that we can drink when we are in the meeting, when we're in Baraka as well. Is there any specific reason that you don't actually consume Dojam? Any occasion when I'm sick, I don't. Another occasion where you don't consume Dojam? When I'm at work? It's only those occasions. Is there another time at church as well? And we talked before about looking for the brands during the riots. Is there any change for you in the brand of beer that you are drinking because of the riots? I'm talking about the brands of the beer that you used to drink before and during the riots. Is there any change? Yes, for me, because of lack of Dojam, we were drinking Impala quite a lot, and people were not buying. So that's the reason why people end up drinking Impala. So you say that people end up drinking Impala because of lack of Dojam. So is there another reason why you would say that there's a brand that people actually were consuming during the riots? For me, I would say that I wasn't drinking any other brand. I was consuming Dojam, even during the riot. Okay, as I said that something changed in terms of brand. So would you say that are you still drinking it the same way you used to drink before the riot? For me, I would say that it changed because now we are drinking in a normal way. While during the riot, when they say that the street, you should go outside to have a bottle of beer then so that they can be able to drink and forget about what happened, and it can be in the street or in your community. So for me, I would say that the price of Dojam now it's a little high. I would say that Dojam is being consumed as well now because people are used. Dojam is being consumed as well now because people are used to it. So you would say that during riot, people were consuming it a lot. No, now they are consuming it in a normal way. So you would say that you are consuming like before the riot. So now I have some statements I would like you to pay attention to. So I'm going to read the statements, and then you're going to tell me if you agree or disagree with the statements. Then you're going to tell me why you agree or disagree. Unique spirit and rich diversity. However, the lack of self-reliance. I don't know if I have to repeat it. For me, I don't understand it when you are talking about the richness. So can you try to be a little bit more specific? Alright, so I'm going to rate it again. Mozambique has a unique spirit and rich diversity. However, the lack of self-reliance stops the cultural richness becoming a real source of value. Many opportunities are lost mostly for young people. Did you understand now? Who agrees with this statement? I don't agree. Well, I don't agree because of the self-reliance. Because I don't understand it well. That's why it's difficult for me to understand. So, but first I would like to know who agrees and who doesn't agree with that. So who agree with this statement? So 2 people agree, and who doesn't agree? And do you agree or you don't agree? I don't agree. So 3 people don't agree. And who neither agree or disagree? So for those who agree, why do you agree with that statement? So you're talking about cultural richness, right? Yes. Well, I think government it's been difficult for me to explain it, but I think government, it's not actually sponsoring cultural events. And so with that, we end up not actually having a lot of events. When I'm talking about cultural richness, I'm talking exactly about something that is going to bring job for young people. And instead of job, is going to give value toward his hours. So I would like you to repeat that so that we can understand it better. Mozambique has a unique spirit and rich diversity. However, the lack of self-reliance stops the cultural richness becoming a real source of value. Many opportunities are lost mostly for young people. Who agree? So 3 people agree. Who agree? Can you raise your hands, please, so that I can see? So it's 4 of you that agree. And who doesn't agree? So who neither agree or disagree? So 2 people. So 2 people neither agree or disagree. And 4 people agree. Alright, so you can explain it one more time. So yes, I was saying that we are rich of tradition, but people are not investing. There is no support. There is no support so that things can be done. So we can look at the sport itself. So nothing is being done regarding the sport. There is no competition. There is nothing being done. I once saw an activity in Alemania. So the government from there are certain activities that they actually perform where they're going to sponsor companies that actually produce beer so that they can see which is the best one, which company produced the best beer. So that is going to help the community and is going to bring more opportunities to work. And doing that, we are giving values to what is ours. We are giving value to the local production. I don't know if it's what I'm saying, but it's what I'm trying to say. So they should actually give value to what is ours. The sport, to agriculture itself. We have a place in Shimoyu where people can actually practice agriculture, but there is no support. But if we invest in this, we are going to bring up some more opportunities to young people to get work, and we're going to show them what is failure. And that doesn't have to do with people who went to school. That is going to cover everyone, because they are going to actually have something to do. And then they don't do that, and they end up saying that young people are lazy, they don't want to work. Anyone else have an idea too? I think for me, the government itself should invest for the entrepreneurs, for those who have, for those who are willing to do entrepreneur. But for example, if I can, for example, think of importing or buying cars overseas and resell here, and I don't have the money, but I have a brilliant thought, but I don't have money. So if the government itself opened a space where I could be able to go and make a loan so that I can start my business, I think that would be something that would be helping young people as well. And as for the culture, I think is what he was saying here. But the government itself should change. They should support more so that people can see that the culture itself is something valuable, so that we can have a different vision about our culture. So I will ask all of you to focus on what I'm asking so that we cannot take a long time. So for me, what the government should do is to create more opportunities so that we can have something to do as young people. The only thing they can do is to support more. And how about others that say that you agree? Is there anything you would like to add? I would like to talk about diversity. In our country, there's a lot of things that our government could explore, but now they are not investing on it, they're not exploring. So that would be the reason why I would say that it's something that at some point makes us being independent. We're depending on what actually we have, because the government is not creating opportunities. They are not investing so that we can actually do many things in the country. But so that's the reason why I would say that we are basically depending on them. And how about those who neither agree or disagree? Well, when we're talking about self-reliance, I think they're lacking information, because information is something that would I'm talking about the training itself, because if they brought training, I think people would be aware of how to do things. So Salvador, do you have something to say? So another are kind of lost. there is not one thing that we can show out there as our own incredible Mozambican identity. I would like to be proud of something because no matter what, we know how to make the most out of life. Can I read it again? I feel like we Mozambicans are kind of lost. There is not one thing that we can show out there as our incredible Mozambican identity. I would like to be proud of something because no matter what, we know how to make most out of life. Who agrees? Who doesn't agree? Who neither agree or disagree? I'm lost. And how about others? Can you repeat? I feel like we Mozambicans are kind of lost. There is not one thing that we can show out there as our incredible Mozambican identity. I would like to be proud of something because no matter what, we know how to make the most out of life. So now did you understand? So who agree? I agree. So 2 people agree, and who doesn't agree? Who neither agree or disagree? So 4 people neither agree or disagree. So for those who agree, what do you agree with? So when I'm looking at the statement, we are Mozambicans. So we should have something that we are proud of as Mozambicans. We should have our own way of being, the way of dressing. But when we go overseas, there is nothing that makes our country being recognized. I don't think we have something to show out there. Or for example, in activity, there is nothing that makes us being recognized over. It can be worldwide. So I think we are missing that. Something that can let us on the top. When people are talking overseas, they can say Mozambicans, they have something that identifies them. They are going to say, yes, this is Mozambican. Something that is going to make us be proud of. Alright? So I would say we have to respect that. And how about others that neither agree or disagree? For me, I would talk a little bit more about training as well, because when people are not training enough, so they end up losing the identity. So for me, the training would be the base for people to keep having their own identity. And how about others? You didn't share why you neither agree or disagree. For me, I would say that I neither agree or disagree, because in this country, there are people who are out there who don't actually have a work, they don't have an opportunity to work. I don't know how to explain it. I would say that I neither agree or disagree, because I agree because we have Marabenta, We have Marabenta made by Shidomingwan, and now we have Marabenta that is difficult to compare with the Marabenta that we used to listen back then. I would say that I don't agree because, for example, I saw a post on Instagram of those jams that they were posting. They posted those jam itself as brand. So that post everyone was able to see all over the world. So I would say that even people from overseas, they are able to, I think they know Mozambique with something that identifies Mozambique itself, which is Dojam. So Dojam is something that it's known as a product which is made in Mozambique. So that's why I would say that I wouldn't agree. That's why I'd say I neither agree or disagree. Because even in music itself, we have Marabenda, because if we arrive in South Africa, if they are going to say we have Marabenda, so Marabenda is from Mozambique. And we have the following statement. As Mozambicans, we love to socialize, as being together helps us express our unique fun and colorful spirit and making us feel part of a group. Can I repeat it? We were waiting for you so that we could start with another statement. As Mozambicans, we love to socialize, as being together helps us express our unique fun and colorful spirit and making us feel part of a group. Who agree with that statement? How many of you agree with that statement? 5 agree, and who doesn't agree? Can I repeat it? As Mozambicans, we love to socialize, as being together helps us express our unique fun and colorful spirit and making us feel part of a group. Who agree? So 5 people agree. So do you also agree? So 6 people, all of you agree. So why do you agree with that statement? So that is something that identifies us as Mozambicans, because if we're going to fight for something, all of us will going to be there. So why are you saying that? And what about others? What do you have to say? Why do you agree with that statement? I would say that Mozambican people take people easily, so they are very fun and like to socialize quite a lot. I would say that the statement goes according to what is our reality. It doesn't matter the color, the gender. Even though sometimes we are separated, but when we are fighting to a specific reason, we are all there fighting for that reason. So I would say that we are unique as well. I would like to say the same thing he was saying. So for us, the funny thing I would say is that it's very easy to see someone today and start talking just like you knew that person a long time ago. And we have another statement which says, being Mozambican is to live every day with what we have, enjoying and celebrating any moment of life together. I would agree with this statement. So all of you agree. So why do you agree? Why do you agree? All of you agree. Why do you all agree with that statement? Because honestly talking, all of us, we like to share what we have with others. And we welcome people as well. Anything else you would like to add? So for me, it depends. So for me, I think it depends on the kind of, it depends on the community itself. There are communities that easily welcome people, but there are others that they don't actually welcome other people. That happens with the culture itself and habits. So we grew up seeing people wearing capulana, but in some other places people, they don't like to wear capulana. So I would say that it depends on the community. So I have another statement. There are one thing every Mozambican truly believes and recognizes good, our own playful way. Can I repeat it? There is one thing every Mozambican truly believes and recognizes as good, our own playful way, our feeling and knowing how to handle with our own problems. Who agree with that statement? Who agree with that? Can you? So why do you agree with that statement? I think it's everything that was said here, because what happens in our country is that everyone here likes to play. So if it's a play, everyone is going to be there. So we like to enjoy quite a lot. If you go out there, you're going to see, you are not going to walk and not find people who are having fun or they are chilling out. So that is something that identifies us as Mozambicans. We really like to enjoy. Even at those moments that we were suffering, even if you see someone who is going through a difficult situation, he's going to go outside and have fun. And that is something positive, because you're going to be happy. It's not going to matter what you are going through. So if you go outside and share your thoughts with other people, they're going to help you with ideas and everything is going to be okay. So I would say that it's true, because we know how to face our problems. We know how to be. We know how to behave in every kind of situation. Yes, would you like to say something? I would say last week, a Chinese man was at my work. He asked me to go to the bathroom. When he was asking to go to the toilet, he was speaking Changana. So we were really worried. We really wondered why he's speaking Changana while he's here for a short time. So I think that happens because of the way how we actually live with them, the way how we play. So they end up learning our languages easily. So it means that he learned in the community, not at school. Not because he had a training, but that happened because of the way how we live with them in the community. So we welcome them well, we have what we have, and we show them. So how would you describe the way how we are as Mozambican? Now it's exactly what they said. He already said, he said everything. So what's our way of life? So for me, I would say we are humble. We welcome people easily, just like I was saying before. And we have the one that says that Mozambicans are increasingly choosing important brands because Mozambicans keep believing that local products don't have quality. Who believe? I believe. Who agree? I would like to know first who agree. Mozambicans are increasingly choosing important brands because Mozambicans keep believing that local products don't have quality. Who agree with that statement? So one person agree. Who agree? Can you raise your hand so that I can see? So 4 people agree, and who doesn't agree? 2 people don't agree. So for those who agree, why do you agree with that statement? I'm going to give an example of a beer that So the kind of the beers themselves, they actually create a certain image to show that that beer is for certain specific kind of people, very important people. We can see, for example, the whiskey itself, they show that there's important whiskey, there's a whiskey for old people, so they're trying to advertise those brands as international brands. So I would say that people end up choosing important brands because of that. Because I think this is something which counts quite a lot. Because if I go to a certain restaurant or any other place and I post that I'm drinking a certain kind of brand of whiskey, and people are going to think I am a very important person. While when I'm posting Dojem, maybe people are going to say it's fine, he's a normal person. But when I'm posting those brands who are shown as brands for very important people, people are going to think I have money or I'm a very important person. I think that has to do with quality itself. I think there are people who prefer important brands because of the quality. For example, champagne, there are people who prefer important champagne because of they think it has good quality, and some of them they even say that the flavor itself is good comparing to the champagne made here. So why don't you agree? I don't agree, just like I said, the quality. Alright, so I'll read the last statement, which says Dojem is a proof that we can achieve amazing things, an iconic Mozambican brand produced by Mozambicans and we can be proud of. Dojem is proof that we can achieve amazing things, an iconic Mozambican brand produced by Mozambicans and we can be proud of. Who agree? So first I want to know who agree. So I'll read it again because Sanit was not around. Dojem is a proof that we can achieve amazing things. An iconic Mozambican brand produced by Mozambican and we can be proud of. Who agree with that statement? So 2 people agree. So So 2 people agree. So who doesn't agree? 1 person doesn't agree. Who do you got agree or disagree? So 2. Why don't you agree? I will start from those people who agree. For me, I would say that Dojam itself describes us as Mozambican, because when someone drinks Dojam, they start to speak English, they start to speak quite a lot, and so that's the behavior of Mozambican. When they feel like they are good, they start doing things that they just try to show up themselves. For me, when I look at Dojam, it's a reference. So when I say reference, I say the way how it presents itself. It's a beer it's a national beer and a little bit international as well. And I saw it in Alemania as well, people were showing it. So Dojam, it's well consumed all over the world. For me, I would say that Dojam proves that it's a Mozambican beer, because when you talk to people from abroad about beer, a certain kind of brand, the first thing they're going to talk about is Dojam. So Dojam, it's a certain image somehow. And for those who neither agree or disagree, for me, I would say that I don't agree, because firstly, Dojam is a brand, but the way how they actually package it, it doesn't go along with our lifestyle as Mozambican, because the quantity, for example, that big bottle, the quantity doesn't go according to the price they're selling. So Mozambican people are kind of people who don't have money. So they actually don't buy it, because when they look at the quantity of it, so they say that they can't afford that quantity with that amount. But on the other hand, I would say that Dojam itself, it represents Mozambique because it's consumed worldwide. For me, I would say that Dojam is ours because it's produced here. It's an international beer as well. And it's something that is consumed worldwide. And at some point I can say that Dojam itself is sponsoring a lot of events around. And that's the thing that Mozambican people really like, because Mozambican people, they really like to have fun, and when Dojam sponsor that kind of event, so Mozambican people are always there, and that would be the reason why I would say that Dojam reflects the Mozambican people. But I wouldn't agree, because there are some countries that you cannot find Dojam. For example, if you go to Portugal, you cannot find Dojam sometimes. So I think that is something that they should work on. Even South Africa itself, when you go there, you cannot find Dojam. For example, Johannesburg, when you go there, you cannot find it. So there are some countries that their beers are here in Mozambique, but Dojam itself is not in those countries. So I think they should do the same. They should give value to Mozambican brand. So I would say that has to do with the brand being sold worldwide. So I would say that they are not doing something good because Dojam itself is produced and it was funded by Mike Mahon. And Mike Mahon is someone who helped it to actually to set freedom between South African people and Mozambican people. So that is something that I think they're not doing well because South Africa, they shouldn't. In South Africa, when you go there, you cannot find Dojam, but when you come here, you can find beers from South Africa. So I wouldn't say that it's something that I wouldn't say that Dojam is being seen in other countries as Mozambican brand. So when we look back to our own playful way, can you give an example of how we look at our own playful way? We are happy. We like to talk. Anything else instead of being happy? We like to drink. We like to play. We like to date. So now I'm going to tell you a name. And I want you to tell me the first thing that comes to your mind once I tell you the name. And the name I'm going to tell you is Dojam. So what's the first thing that comes to your mind when I say Dojam? What comes to your mind? Clubs, a frozen beer. Drink it when I'm thirsty. Makes the person like a child. So what else would you say? Happiness. For me, when I say Dojam, I would say meat as well. Willing to do things. And willing to drink as well. Anything else that comes to your mind? And why did you think about this? Why do you tell me that these are the things that came to your mind when I say Dojam? What are the reasons why you are telling me all these words to describe Dojam? You say that you drink it when you are thirsty, it brings happiness. For me, I would say that when I drink it, I don't forget to do anything. For me, the authenticity of the product itself, when you try it, you're going to keep drinking it over and over. Anything else? Why would you say this? What's the reason why? What's the meaning of happiness? When you think about Dojam, so why would you say you think of happiness? What's the meaning of those words about Dojam? So those are the feelings that we, at the moment, they are pleasure. So when we drink that, those are the moments that describe so we feel comfortable. When we drink, we have the feeling of wanting to date, wanting to be happy, wanting to eat meat. For me, after I drink it, there are people that after they drink it, they start to regret themselves because they get separated with their girlfriends. Okay, so now I want you to use your imagination. So let's suppose Dojam is a person and is getting through that door. And I want you to analyze Dojam. I want you to tell me if that's a man, if a woman, being a person. And the person is getting through that door, what would be the age of that person? What's the profession? What's the persona? What's the lifestyle of that person? What are the values? Do you remember we talked about values right in the beginning? So what's the position of that person in the community? What are the strengths? What are the weaknesses? What's the relationship of that person with you? For me, I would say it's above 18 years of age. For you, you would say it's a woman. For me, I would say it's a woman of 19 years of age. For me, I would say 18. For me, I would say it's a barman. I would like about the position. So what would be the personality? So for me, it's a joyful person. Because of the age itself, for me, I would say it's sensual. Estava a cortar um áudio aqui. Cortar um áudio. Não está a ouvir, né? Lembra ver, né? Não é internet. Cortou esse áudio do YouTube, mas aqui está.
YouTube. Surge coisas, já é fixe.
Cortou. E algumas pessoas dá para ouvir bem o que eles estão a dizer. Esses que sentaram ao outro lado. Wonderful. Aqui, esse aqui que sentaram aqui. Este aqui, quando fala, este não consigo ouvir. Estes todos não consigo ouvir. Estão a jogar. And instead, what are other strengths of this woman? For me, it's social. Instead of being social, it's beautiful, with big ass. For me, it's wonderful. And what are the weaknesses of this woman? She's very expensive. She's not easy to find. Instead of being not easy to find, is there anything else? She likes good life. Anything else? So do you all agree with what they said? Yes. So would you say it's a beautiful woman? Yes. And if Doshem was a person and thought of his persona, so you say she's joyful and sensual. So the persona of this woman, did this change since the beginning of riots comparing to the current lifestyle? It changed. So what changed? So during the riots it was not easy to find her. But now even if you actually go anywhere else you go, you can find her. And how about others and about the persona of this woman? Is it still the same persona? Is there anything changed during the riots? For me, I would say during the riots, it wasn't easy to find her. You had to fight to get her. And the values of this woman. So values say that she smells good. She takes care of you quite well. And did that change since the beginning of riots? Did they change or the same values? For me, values changed after the riots. Because this one? So for me now it's easy to find her because during the riots, as I was saying, it was not easy because just like I said before, in the market it wasn't easy to get this product, but now everywhere you go you can find it. And about the strength and weakness you mentioned here. How do you feel about her strengths and weakness comparing to the time we were in the riots? I would say that now the amount is a little bit now it is a little bit expensive. It's not easy to get it because the amount now to get it is 60. So I would say that it still costs a little bit expensive. And what are the things that Doshem does that you cannot find in other brands for you? Just like I said, it really reminds me about good things. And instead of the effect of reminding you about good things, what are the things that the brand actually does that other brands don't do? For me, the way how it presents in the community, the way how the packaging, the bottles, the marketing itself. So would you say there's a change after the riots in the brand, in the way how it actually presents itself? So for me, I would say that yes, things changed because now Doshem has invested a lot, and now people are very attracted to it because a lot of people used to consume Impala, but now they're going back to Doshem. But let's suppose I don't drink dojam. What are the words you would like to use so that you can convince me to drink dojam? I would say it's good. This is a good thing you can drink. So for me, I would say drink dojam because you're going to drink something with a good quality. Even if you have one sip, you are going to like it afterwards. And what makes you say that I will like it? It has a good quality and it's tasteful and it's smooth as well. And is there anything you don't like on dojam? For me, I would talk a little bit about that big bottle of. For me, the content that is there, it doesn't have good quality. So did that affect the way how you consume dojam, your interest in consuming dojam? Now it's a certain particularity because there are people who actually drink it, but there are others that they don't drink. Some of them, they say that the bottle is big, so that's the reason why they don't prefer to drink it. But some of them, even then, they drink. So there are some people that they say that when they drink in that big bottle, the taste is different. Why when you drink in that small one, the taste is good? So what's the difference between the two? So I don't know if there's something that they do, that has to do when they're actually packaging it, because honestly talking, the big bottle is good and the quality of the content that is there is good as well. For me, I don't think there's a difference because I think the manufacturer is the same, so there is no way for them to produce different product. But for me, I think the taste is not going to be the same. I will give an example for it. When you go to those luxury clubs, for example, the kind of beer you're going to get there, it's not going to be the same you find outside. But I wonder why, because the same kind of, the same size that you find in those luxury clubs is the same size that you find outside, but I don't know why there's difference. So what was the difference? Because you are now talking about beer that you used to buy in Bobolis and the beer that you were buying in Maputo. So what was the difference? Well, I can't be able to understand, to say exactly what was the difference, but there was some kind of change in the quality of the beer itself. So would you say that only happened during the riots, or you can notice that difference even now? I would say that if you go to Marakwene or Bobol and drink there, you're going to feel something different. I even thought maybe they used to... I even used to think that maybe they are producing it using fresh water, because of the way how actually it tastes, the beer itself. But during the riots, is there any changes in the flavor? Did you notice any change? And how about the ads? The content, did you notice any difference? For me, the dojam ad, it was, they didn't used to publish a lot of ad. So for me, nothing changed. So for me, during the riots, the only problem that I saw was the access of it. the access for me was the biggest problem because we're not able to find it anywhere. So for me, about ads, they were not working quite a lot on that because I know that Dojam always worked on the ads, but basically during the rights I wasn't able to see it. Even though they like to work a lot during December, and they publish that everywhere, even in Barracas, but now I didn't see any ad from Dojam. So I wouldn't say there's a huge impact because Dojam always had event. And just because they always do their job in November, December, up to March. So I would say that they didn't affect that quite a lot, yeah. So I would say that inequality for me didn't affect anything. So did it affect the quality? For me, no. The quality is still the same. So what happened in February? So in February, I noticed that quality didn't have a good quality that we were used to. So that was the reason why a lot of people, they were tending to leave it. Because if someone complains about the bad side of it or the hangover that you get after you drink it, so it seems like, so it means that person is going to share that information with many people, and because of that, a lot of them will actually start not wanting to drink the jam. So would you say it wasn't different even during the riots? I wouldn't think so. So we have the following statements. I want you to fill in these statements. If we were to fill in this statement just to resume how you feel about the jam, how would you complete them? A long time ago, I would describe the jam as a brand that was. A long time ago, I would describe the jam as a brand that was good, was nice. Anyone else has a different opinion? A long time ago, as a brand that was worse. Some say worse, some say nice. And today I would describe as a brand that is excellent, very good. For me, the brand became more top. And how about others? What do you have to say? And it became less aggressive. And how about others? What do you have to say? And why would you describe that? Why would you say a long time ago you would describe the jam as a brand that was worse, and today you would describe that it's good, that is a good brand? So for you say it became nice, and for you say it became aggressive. So why would you fill in these sentences that way? For me, I thought Dojam was a bitter beer, but over time it changed. Now I'm able to drink it. And after we drink it the following day, we're not feeling well. Having headache. And what changed that so that you cannot feel the same way you felt before? I think the sugar itself in those jams, so that would be the reason why maybe I would find as a different thing. For someone who has already drank Manica, it's sweet. And those jams now, I would say it's a little bit similar to Manica. So you would say that now the jam is sweet. Yes, now it's sweet. But not only that, if we take a look at now, there are a lot of people who are drinking the jam now. There are people who like to drink because of what we mentioned here, of drinking it and the following day not be able to move around or not feeling well. So what happened is that I think a lot of people are drinking dojam because now a lot of, wherever you go, you find people drinking dojam. So that made people end up drinking it quite a lot, because when you go, you find people, then you ask them, what are you drinking? You see dojam. So that ended up making a lot of people drinking it quite a lot. So the person that was drinking dojam, other people that were around, they were admiring quite a lot because of the courage that the person had. Then they wondered, because the following day, even after you drink it, you're going to feel well, and people, like it that because they saw that you were not having hangover anymore, and so they decided to drink it as well. And also because dojam with the Facebook channel and YouTube, they opened a space for people to know what they're really consuming. Alright, now people are seeing that dojam has quality, because we lost a lot of money, we spent a lot of money, we spent a lot of time buying brutal. But now they're saying that they're consuming something really good quality. So we're going to do the same exercise that we did with dojam. So if I say chill out, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? If I say chill out, it's something to chill out. Is that it? It's joy. Is there anything else that comes to your mind instead of chilling out? It's a beer. Is there anything else that comes to your mind instead of anything else that comes to your mind? Anything else? So it gives you a good program. Is there anything else? So you are very good when you drink it. So what do you describe the sham as chilare in that way? You say it's something good, after you drink it, it's something that lets you chill out. Why do you describe chill out that way? What does that mean? Happiness. It brings happiness because it's a beer. So because it's a beer, it brings relief and happiness. And talking about chill out for you, if it's a person and get through that door, how would you describe? Is it a woman or man? It's a woman of 25 years of age. What would be the profession? 30 years of age. What would be the position of that woman, the profession itself? Would be someone who fights for life. So what would be the persona of this woman of 25 years of age? She's a confused person, and she's popular as well. It's for everyone. What would be the lifestyle of this woman? She's a talkative person. And she goes on foot. She doesn't have car. For me, it would be a rude person. She's not familiar. So what's the position of this person in the community? For me, it's a gold digger. So what do you mean? So what do you mean by gold digger? I say she's popular and the way how she dresses. So let her be popular. What were you saying, Salvador? So she destroys families. So what are the strengths and weaknesses of this woman? Strong. I would say it's strong, the way how it covers people in the community, the way how it actually attracts people, is able to actually deal with things very easily. And what are these weaknesses? Doesn't have good value, she doesn't behave well. And what's the relationship with this woman with him? It doesn't have any relationship. I don't have any relationship with this one. So it's the last option. If I'm suffering, then I'll go to that option. So for me, I wouldn't say should have an option. But just because man is a man, should always have an option. But for me, I wouldn't consider it as an option. For me, I think people were not looking for it. For me, I think it's going down. It's going down because people are not consuming it quite a lot. People, they don't want to know about it, where it is. Even if you go to some table, you can see a lot of brands there. And it's going to be difficult for you to choose Chila. Just like I said, for me, Dojam, there was a time that Dojam was not producing well. Then Chila was good. So I would say that 9% of people, when Dojam was not producing well, so they went to drink Chila. So Dojam worked a lot, working hard, and young people specifically, now are drinking. So from there on, Dojam is selling quite a lot. And it's being consumed quite a lot as well. And the content of Chila itself is very weak. I think it's the way how it presents itself, the image, the quality itself, it's not that good. It's not smooth. So for a long time, because there are beers that are very smooth and are very good to drink. And if you compare Dojam to Chila, which of these brands they really relate to the values? So why do you say Dojam instead of Chila? I would say that Dojam people, it can be drank by two people, while Chila separated people. And which one do you feel it's more linked to the Mozambican way of life as we know it right now? I would say it's Dojam. Because Dojam, it's always there, even in bad situations and good situations. and which one represents who you are and where you want to be in life. Deuxième. So now we're going to go to our last section. I'm going to show you some ideas here so that you can give me your opinion, why you think about the idea. I want you to appreciate it. I want you to take a look at it, be patient, criticalize as well. But the first thing I'm going to, the first idea, the name is Bradismo in Mozambique. The first name of the first, the idea of the first idea is Bradismo in Mozambique. So I'm going to put one here. So the name is Bradismo in Mozambique. For me, I would say I thought maybe they would change this to Bro in Mozambique instead of Bradismo in Mozambique. So what are your first thoughts or impression about that idea? For me, it's a discrepancy. For example, we are friends here, we are consuming deuxième. So for me, it's something good because, for example, let's suppose we're together here, we're friends. It's fair for us to be drinking the same kind of brand of beer. For example, I'm drinking deuxième, you should always drink deuxième as well. So when we look at Bradismo in Mozambique, I think they should specify it like can or bottle. For me, I think they should improve the image itself. So the way how they're sitting, they shouldn't show their back, they should show the front side of them instead of hiding themselves. And showing the product itself, even if it's can or it's a bottle, so they should show the content itself, the bottle, the package. So for me, they should improve a little bit in the image itself. Or maybe they could include the case instead of just showing it in unit. So if they show the case itself, so it seems like you are gathering, just like the slogan itself say Bradismo. So if it's Bradismo, you are going together with your friend, then you will get some money and you will buy a case. So if they show the case, it can show that with your friend you can be able to collect some money and get beer to drink. For me, let's imagine, for example, we're at the beach. We can happen to buy a bottle of deuxième. So for me, the slogan itself shows that we can share deuxième itself. Because even being at the beach, for example, I'm with a friend and we're in the car, we can share the same bottle, me and my friend. So it identifies us as Mozambicans. So the image itself is very good. The image, it's not... Well, for me, I would suggest them to improve the image because it doesn't show exactly, it doesn't reflect us as Mozambicans. So if they could show people while they're sharing beer itself, it would show the Bradismo itself. So for me, the idea is deuxième, they should show that we should share it, regardless of the fact that we are with other friends or anyone else. But the idea should show that we should always share it, going to the information they are bringing in the pamphlet. For me, Bradismo, it's interesting, but for me, it's not something that is common because a lot of people now are using bro. So for me, if it was brother in Mozambique, for me would be good instead of Bradismo. For me, I think they try to look for something common as well because brother, if you say brother, you are always talking to people under 18 years of age. So I think when they say bradismo, they're talking in common, they're including everyone. So for me, when they're trying to transmit something, they should look for something which is common in the community. So they should try to find out what is something common so that they can reflect exactly what's in the community. So what are the things that you like about the idea D? For me, the letters is okay. So the happiness as well is there anything else that you don't like? The best in the world? This time? What are the things you don't like about the bradismo and the position of the picture itself? How should it be? For me, everyone should show their faces instead of showing the backside. So for me, they use the concept, but it doesn't go according to the way how those people are actually positioned. We didn't like bradismo because it doesn't reflect exactly our day-to-day life. So for me, I think that has to do with Brazilian. It's Brazilian, not Mozambican. But that's the reason why I say they should think. So for me, I would say it's bro or brothers because that's something that we usually use. So you would say bros in Mozambique or brothers in Mozambique. Okay, so what's the message trying to transmit? What's the meaning of the message for you? It transmits good moments. Friends gathering and anything else. And how relevant is that message for you? Those good moments. How relevant is that message for you? The joy. Would you say that this fits with Dogen brand or it fits another brand? For me, it's for Dogen. For me, just like I said, I don't agree with it just because of the image. But for me, the letters are good. It's just the image that is not okay. So they should change the image and bradismo. Because bradismo is not applied in Mozambique, it's Brazilian. So for me, it's trying to transmit good moments about Dogen. So it means when I'm with Dogen, I'm enjoying, I'm spending good moments. But what's there in the image that shows that it identifies Dogen for you? Happiness. There is the package, which is bottle and can, and that's what makes people happy. Dogen itself. And the position of the picture itself. So what does the position have to do with Dogen? For me, I would say that it's a surprise moment, okay? So now I'm going to show you the second idea. So this idea is idea A, with St. Paul's level doers. So, the idea of St. Paul's levadures, I want you to take a look at it. What do you think about this idea? it's very good. So why do you say it's very good? What is better? So the make easy, because when I have 100, I can have 2 bottles. Because now with 100, I can only have 1 bottle, then I cannot be able to drink other those. And I think for me it's a good idea, because with 100, I can be able to drink 2 bottles. And how about the content of them? For me, it's very good. The content is very good. The pictures as well. Nothing is missing there. Everything is okay. What were you saying? No, for me it's okay. So, what are the things that you like it more about this idea? The cooler. What else? It's very beautiful. And instead of the cooler, what else you liked about? The person that is there, position it very well, and transmit as a good image. So it seems like when someone goes there, is going to have beer. So is there anything you didn't like about the idea? I didn't like because it should be a woman giving that bottle to that person. So why are you saying it would be a woman? I think it's more eye-catching. And what is the message do you think this idea is trying to transmit for you? That the price has lowered? It's accessible? We're able to buy. So now the client is able to buy. And anything else you think the message is trying to transmit? So do you think is it relevant for you? For me, yes, I would say it's very good. So why do you say it is very good? Because it's attractive. It convinces you to drink. And the idea, the message, does it fit with the genre? Or you would say that it would be good for another kind of brand? I would say it fits Dojam, because just like I said, Dojam, it's something very good that when you're with your friend you can drink. So if they say with same powers level dose, it means with 100 I can drink 2 bottles. So even if I'm with a friend, I can be able to drink something. So in the pamphlet, what are the things that are there that you would say that they are trying to transmit something that has to do with Dojam? For me, the first thing is the bottle, that same, and the slogan to same pouch, and the phrase itself. So it means with 100 I have 2 bottles. So even if you're about to look at the phrase itself, the first thing you're going to pay attention would be the slogan with same pouch. So now I'm going to show you the idea B, and the message of that pamphlet is feita por nós à nossa maneira. That's this pamphlet B. What are your thoughts? What's your impression? It's a good impression. So the packages are not from Dojam. So they are Coca packages. For me, the only thing are the packages. But the image is good. is the same that Doshem has, of trying to bring good moments. But I would like to know the way how the image is now. For me, if it was for Doshem, would be okay. If they could put Doshem can, would be good for me. Because it reflects happiness. So the only thing I would say that I had to remove are these packages, only that. Right. For me as well, I would remove that person that is there with blue hair. For me, the identity is not Mozambican identity. So for me, I would remove that. So for me, I would say it's good because we're trying to include everyone. So can you give me your opinion? Because you mentioned about that man with blue hair. Can you give me your opinion, please? I'm talking about inclusion. We shouldn't select or we shouldn't separate people. But we shouldn't we're sure that this ad is going to be broadcasted around 8 p.m. and I will be watching this ad with my children. And when my children see this kind of hair, they can somehow let my children fall in bad ways or behaving in a bad way. So instead of the picture, what else would you change? So for me, I would change that person as well that opened the mouth. It seems like Doshem lets people crazy, so I would remove it. By the way how the picture is with those people, so what's the message do you think the image is trying to transmit? Happiness? What else? I would say that with Doshem you have best party and happiness. And what else? That we don't actually separate it, we don't exclude anyone. So do you think the message is relevant for you? For everyone? I would say that the slogan Feita por Nós is not Mozambican slogan. It doesn't reflect exactly Mozambique, because when they say made by us, it's something that has to do with Mozambique itself. But looking at the image the way it is, does it fit to Dojembre? For me, when they say Feita por Nós, I can understand in two ways. So I would say the way they show the image, as it seems to be party, so I would say that Feita por Nós has to do something that we Mozambicans like to do, having parties and having family gatherings as well. So for me, I like it, the glasses, the slogan as well, a nossa maneira. Alright, so we're going to see our last idea. And the last idea we're going to see is the idea C. So, há sempre way. So the name of that is há sempre way. What do you think about that idea? It's very good. Why do you say it's good? Because the slogan It's very good. It reflects our reality, the way I communicate with my friends. I always say I have a way to get one bottle. So in other words, I would say a simple way. So it identifies as, it goes along with the language that we use. So why didn't you like, what are the things you like in the image? Everything you are seeing there. Not only the slogan itself, but everything that you're able to see in the pamphlet. There are things that are very attractive. For me, I think the woman that is there is slim. So what else instead of the woman that is slim? For me, the lower back, if she had good bumps, maybe it would be good, but she's very slim. And it would be, if she was perfect, if she had a good body, maybe it would be attractive. For me, she would wear capulana. For me, it's fine the way it is. But the only thing I would remove here is the woman that is there. For me, it would be a very beautiful woman. Something very good. Something that as long as you see it, you're going to say, yes, this is Dosha. Is there anything else you would change instead of the woman that is there? For me, it's good. So what's the message? What do you think the message is trying to transmit? Happiness. It's an invitation. They are trying to invite people. Right. I like it, the slogan itself, because just let's imagine a person from my friend's house and he says, hey, I'm away. So I think that is something good for us as well. Would you say something relevant? Yes, it's relevant. Does it fit the Jam brand? Yes, it fits. So what are the things that you see there that represent the Jam? The bottles, what else? The smile, the background. So what does the background have? Background itself shows that it's the style of Dosha. Instead of that, is there anything else that you think it fits with Dosha? The logo itself? So I like it when they say no Samanera as well. So for me, the image doesn't go according to the logo itself. Because I would say that the ad they're trying to show there is that each size has its own identity. So I would say that because this beer is, people are drinking even in the beach, so they're trying to show that you can drink it in different packages. So we saw 4 ideas. So thinking about the 4 ideas that we saw, which one does it reflect Mozambican lifestyle? The first one we saw. So we saw Bradismo in Mozambique, the first one, and after we saw São Paulo Levedor, and we saw Visual D, which is feita por nós a nossa maneira, and the last one was the Idea C, which says a simple way. So which one does it reflect Mozambican lifestyle? So the first one sem paus leva duas. I would say sem paus leva duas because Mozambican people don't have money, so they like less expensive products. So I would just say that. The price, I think price is the main thing. So it's going to convince people to drink. So which one reflects the Mozambican values? I would say a simple way. For everyone, or do you have different ideas? So I identify, for me it's Radismo Mozambique. Does anyone have a different idea? Do you have a different idea? No. Now we've come to the end of conversation. I want to thank each of you for your time, for your ideas. So Salvador asked me if I would be able to finish the conversation, and I said that I was strong. I thank you for your opinions, for your ideas, for your time, for the collaboration, for everything that you say to me, for responding everything that I ask you to. I don't know if you have something to say. Last thing you would like to add? So for me, I would say they would actually implement St. Paul's level doors because that's originality. Because even the way they're going to sell, I think for me they would actually sell it a lot because even a foreigner person, if arrives here and finds out that with 100 you can have 2 bottles of beer, I think they can like it quite a lot. So I think if they implemented that would be good. Well, for me, I think that for those who sell doja, I think they should control specifically in the area because the prices are different. I think they are stealing. I would say that doesn't have to do with people that sell, because let's suppose I'm going to get it from from one person, so I'm not going to sell in the same price that person sells, because I'm going to buy that and I'm going to resell. So the price is obviously going to be different. Because if I say I'm going to sell the same price that I bought it, I'm not going to be able to manage that. Anything else? So if it's like that, I will close the conversation. And one more time, thank you. I hope I see you next time. Can you hold it, please?
Siapa bom sama macam? Mesti
Sarah.